Chapter 30. Eulogy of Alexander. Whoever therefore reproaches Alexander as a bad man, let him do so, but let him first not only bring before his mind all his actions deserving reproach, but also gather 426 into one view all his deeds of every kind. Then, indeed, let him reflect who he is himself, and what kind of fortune he has experienced. And then consider who that man was whom he reproaches as bad, and to what a height of human success he attained, becoming without any dispute king of both continents, and reaching every place by his fame. While he himself who reproaches him is of smaller account, spending his labor on petty objects, which, however, he does not succeed in effecting, petty as they are. For my own part, I think there was at that time no race of men, no city, nor even a single individual to whom Alexander's name and fame had not penetrated. For this reason it seems to me that a hero totally unlike any other human being could not have been born without the agency of the deity. And this is said to have been revealed after Alexander's death by the oracular responses, by the visions which presented themselves to various people, and by the dreams which were seen by different individuals. It is also shown by the honor paid to him by men up to the present time, and by the recollection which is still held of him as more than human. Even at the present time, after so long an interval, other oracular responses in his honor have been received by the nation of the Macedonians. In relating the history of Alexander's achievements, there are some things which I have been compelled to censure, but I am not ashamed to admire Alexander himself. Those actions I have branded as bad, both from a regard to my own veracity, and at the same time for the benefit of mankind. For this 427 reason I think that I undertook the task of writing this history not without the divine inspiration. The end of the history of Alexander's deeds. Footnotes. Cf. Arrian, Synergeticus, I. 4. C. Dio Cassius, 69. 15. Cf. Josephus, Vita Ipsius, 76. Cf. Lucian, Alexander, 2. C. Dio Cassius, 69. 15. C. Anabasis, I. 10, 4, 2. 14, 4, 2. 25, 3, 6. 1, 4, 7. 23, 7. Anab, 7. 25. Life of Alexander, Chapter 76. C. Anab, v. 5, 1, 6, 8, 6. 28, 6, Indica, 19, 21, 23, 32, 40 cubic centimeters. C. Photius, Codex 58, Dio Cassius, 69. 15. Ptolemaeus, surnamed Soter, the Preserver, but more commonly known as the son of Lagus, a Macedonian of low birth. Ptolemy's mother, Arsinoe, had been a concubine of Philip of Macedon, for which reason it was generally believed that Ptolemy was the offspring of that king. Ptolemy was one of the earliest friends of Alexander before his accession to the throne, and accompanied him throughout his campaigns, being one of his most skillful generals and most intimate friends. On the division of the empire after Alexander's death, Ptolemy obtained the kingdom of Egypt, which he transmitted to his descendants. After a distinguished reign of 38 years, he abdicated the throne to his youngest son, Ptolemy Philadelphus. He survived this event 2 years, and died BC 283. He was a liberal patron of literature and the arts, and wrote a history of the wars of Alexander, which is one of the chief authorities on which Arrian composed his narrative. For his beneficence, see Aelian, Varia Historia, 13. 12. Not only Arrian, but Plutarch and Strabo, derived much information from Ptolemy's work, which is highly commended by Athenaeus. Aristobulus of Potidaea, a town in Macedonia, which was afterwards called Cassandria, served under Alexander, and wrote a history of his wars, which, like that of Ptolemy, was sometimes more panegyrical than the facts warranted. Neither of these histories has survived, but they served Arrian as the groundwork for the composition of his own narrative. Lucian in his treatise, Quomodo Historia sit conscribenda, ch. 12, accuses Aristobulus of inventing marvelous tales of Alexander's valor for the sake of flattery. Plutarch based his life of Alexander chiefly on the work of this writer. We learn from Lucian, Macrobioi, c. 22, that Aristobulus wrote his history at the advanced age of 84. He was employed by Alexander to superintend the restoration of Cyrus's tomb, Arrian, 6. 30. Nu alpha lambda gamma omicron mu alpha iota in the sense of reading through equals nu alpha gamma iota gamma nu sigma kappa epsilon iota nu, is found only in the later writers, Arrian, Plutarch, Dion, Callimachus, etc. BC 336. He was murdered by a young noble named Pausanias, who stabbed him at the festival which he was holding to celebrate the marriage of his daughter with Alexander, king of Epirus. It was suspected that both Olympias and her son Alexander were implicated in the plot. At the time of his assassination Philip was just about to start on an expedition against Persia, which his son afterwards so successfully carried out. See Plutarch, Alex, 10, Diad, 19. 93, 94, Aristotle, Polit, v. 8, 10. It was the custom of the Athenians to name the years from the president of the College of 9 Archons at Athens, who were elected annually. The Attic writers adopted this method of determining dates. See Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities. Alexander the Great was the son of Philip II. And Olympias, and was born at Pella BC 356. In his youth he was placed under the tuition of Aristotle, who acquired very great influence over his mind and character, and retained it until his pupil was spoiled by his unparalleled successes. See Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 54. Such was his ability, that at the age of 16 he was entrusted with the government of Macedonia by his father, when he marched against Byzantium. At the age of 18 by his skill and courage he greatly assisted Philip in gaining the Battle of Chaeronea. When Philip was murdered, Alexander ascended the throne, and after putting down rebellion at home, he advanced into Greece to secure the power which his father had acquired. See Diad, 16. 85, Arrian, 7. 9. See Justin, 11. 2. Arrian speaks as if this request had been addressed only to the Greeks within Peloponnesus, moreover he mentions no assembly at Corinth, which is noticed, though with some confusion, by Diodorus, Justin, and Plutarch. Cities out of Peloponnesus, as well as within it, must have been included. Unless we suppose that the resolution of the Amphictyonic Assembly, which had been previously passed, was held to comprehend all the extra-Peloponnesian cities, which seems not probable. Grote. Justin, 9. 5, says, Soli Lacedaemoniae et legem et regem contempserant. The king here referred to was Philip. See Justin, 11. 3, Aeschines, Contra Ctesiphontum, page 564. The Tribalians were a tribe inhabiting the part of Servia bordering on Bulgaria. The Illyrians inhabited the eastern coast of the Adriatic Sea, the districts now called North Albania, Bosnia, Dalmatia and Croatia. We learn from Thucydides, 2. 96, that these people were called Dii. The Nessus, or Nestus, is now called Mesto by the Greeks, and Karasu by the Turks. Now known as the Balkan. The defile mentioned by Arrian are probably what was afterwards called Porta Trajani. Cf. Virgil, George, 2. 488, Horace, Carm, I. 12, 6. Pi epsilon pi omicron eta nu tau omicron, Arrian often forms the pluperfect tense without the augment. Delta iota alpha sigma kappa epsilon delta sigma omicron upsilon sigma iota, the Attic future of this verb is delta iota alpha sigma kappa epsilon delta. Cf. Aristoph. Birds, 1053. The Agrians were a tribe of eastern Paeonia who lived near the Tribalians. They served in the Macedonian army chiefly as cavalry and light infantry. Perhaps Neapolis and Ion, which were the harbors of Philippi and Amphipolis. This officer was commander of the royal bodyguard. His father was Parmenio, the most experienced of Alexander's generals. Thucydides says, Book 2. 96, on the side of the Tribalians, who who were also independent. The border tribes were the Tririans and the Tilitians, who lived to the north of Mount Scombrus, and stretched towards the west as far as the river Osius. This river flows from the same mountains as the Nestus and the Hebrus, an uninhabited and extensive range, joining on to Rhodope. The Osius is now called Ischia. It is uncertain which river is the Liginus. But perhaps it was another name for the Osius. Also named Danube. Cf. Hesiod, Theog, 339, Ovid, Met, 2. 249, Pindar, Alim. 3:24. It is uncertain in what part of the Danube this island was. It cannot be the Puce of Strabo, 7:3. Cf. Apollonius Rhodius, 4. 309, Martialis, 7. 84, Valerius Flaccus, 8. 217. These two generals are mentioned, 3. 11 infra, as being present at the Battle of Arbela. Sopoles is also mentioned, 4. 13 and 18 infra. Bottiaea was a district of Macedonia on the right bank of the Axius. The classical writers have three names to denote this race: Celts, Galatians, and Gauls. These names were originally given to all the people of the north and west of Europe. And it was not till Caesar's time that the Romans made any distinction between Celts and Germans. The name of Celts was then confined to the people north of the Pyrenees and west of the Rhine. Cf. Ammianus, 15. 9, Herodotus, 4. 49, Livy, v. 33, 34, Polybius, 3. 39. Arrian is here speaking, not of Alexander's time, but of his own, the 2nd century of the Christian era. The Quadi were a race dwelling in the southeast of Germany. They are generally mentioned with the Marcomanni, and were formidable enemies of the Romans, especially in the reign of Marcus Aurelius, when Arrian wrote. This nation disappears from history about the end of the 4th century. The Marcomanni, like the Quadi, were a powerful branch of the Suevic race, originally dwelling in the southwest of Germany, but in the reign of Tiberius they dispossessed the boy of the country now called Bohemia. In conjunction with the Quadi, they were very formidable to the Romans until Commodus purchased peace from them. The name denotes border men. Cf. Caesar, Bell. Gal, I, 51. The Iazygians were a tribe of Sarmatians, who migrated from the coast of the Black Sea, between the Dnieper and the Sea of Azov, in the reign of Claudius, and settled in Dacia, near the Quadi, with whom they formed a close alliance. They were conquered by the Goths in the 5th century. Cf. Ovid, Tristia, 2. 191. Called also Sarmatians. Herodotus, 4. 21, says that these people lived east of the Don, and were allied to the Scythians. Subsequent writers understood by Sarmatia the east part of Poland, the south of Russia, and the country southward as far as the Danube. These people were called Dacians by the Romans. They were Thracians, and are said by Herodotus and Thucydides to have lived south of the Danube, near its mouths. They subsequently migrated north of this river, and were driven further west by the Sarmatians. They were very formidable to the Romans in the reigns of Augustus and Domitian. Dacia was conquered by Trajan, but ultimately abandoned by Aurelian, who made the Danube the boundary of the Roman Empire. About the Geti holding the doctrine of immortality, see Herodotus, 4. 94, cf. Horace, Carm, 3. 6, 13, Saturday, 2. 6, 53. The Scythians are said by Herodotus to have inhabited the south of Russia. His supposition that they came from Asia is doubtless correct. He gives ample information about this race in the 4th book of his history. Herodotus, 4. 47, says the Danube had 5 mouths, but Strabo, 7. 3, says there were 7. At the present time it has only 3 mouths. The Greeks called the Black Sea Pinutau Omicron Epsilon Xi Epsilon Iota Nu Omicron, the sea kind to strangers. Cf. Ovid, Tristia, 4. 4. 55. Frigida me cohibent euxini litora ponti, dictus ab antiquus axinus il fut. The sarissa, or more correctly sarissa, was a spear peculiar to the Macedonians. It was from 14 to 16 feet long. See Grote's Greece, Volume 11. Ch. 92, Appendix. Son of Parmenio and brother of Philotas. The parasang was a Persian measure, containing 30 stades, nearly 3 3/4 English miles. It is still used by the Persians, who call it furzang. See Herodotus, 6. 42, and Grote's History of Greece, Volume 8. Page 316. Son of Neoptolemus. After Alexander's death Meleager resisted the claim of Perdiccas to the regency, and was associated with him in the office. He was, however, soon afterwards put to death by the order of his rival. Son of Machadas, was an eminent general, slain in India. C6. 27 infra. The Macedonian kings believed they were sprung from Hercules. See Curtius, 4. 7. The Adriatic Sea. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 23, Strabo, 7. Page 293. Aristotle, Nicom. Ethics, 3. 7, Udum. F. 3. 1. Omicron nu Omicron kappa epsilon lambda tau Omicron pi rho tau kappa mu alpha tau alpha pi lambda alpha pi alpha nu tau sigma iota lambda alpha beta nu tau epsilon, Ammianus, 15. 12. The Paeonians were a powerful Thracian people, who in early times spread over a great part of Thrace and Macedonia. In historical times they inhabited the country on the northern border of Macedonia. They were long troublesome to Macedonia, but were subdued by Philip the father of Alexander, who, however, allowed them to retain their own chiefs. The Agrianians were the chief tribe of Paeonians, from whom Philip and Alexander formed a valuable body of light-armed troops. Bartolus was a chieftain of Illyria who carried on frequent wars with the Macedonians, but was at last defeated and slain by Philip, BC 359. Clitus had been subdued by Philip in 349 BC. This Glaucias subsequently afforded asylum to the celebrated Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, when an infant of 2 years of age. He took the child into his own family and brought him up with his own children. He not only refused to surrender Pyrrhus to Cassander, but marched into Epirus and placed the boy, when 12 years of age, upon the throne, leaving him under the care of guardians, BC 307. The Tolantians were a people of Illyria in the neighborhood of Epidamnus, now called Durazzo. These were an Illyrian people in the Dalmatian mountains. Sina was the daughter of Philip, by Audata, an Illyrian woman. See Athenius, page 557d. She was given in marriage to her cousin Amintas, who had a preferable claim to the Macedonian throne as the son of Philip's elder brother, Perdiccas. This Amintas was put to death by Alexander soon after his accession. Sina was put to death by Alcidas at the order of Perdiccas, the regent after Alexander's death. See Diodorus, 19. 52. The capital of Macedonia. On its site stands the modern village of Neokori, or Unikiwi. Philip and Alexander were born here. A tributary of the Axius, called Agrianus by Herodotus. It is now called Skirna. This city was situated south of Lake Lychnidus, on the west side of the chain of Scardus and Pindus. The locality is described in Livy, 31. 39, 40. Now called Devil. The use of kappa alpha tau omicron iota with a participle instead of the Attic kappa alpha pi epsilon rho is frequent in Arrian and the later writers. The hypaspists, shield-bearers, or guards, were a body of infantry organized by Philip, originally few in number, and employed as personal defenders of the king, but afterwards enlarged into several distinct brigades. They were hoplites intended for close combat, but more lightly armed and more fit for rapid evolutions than the phalanx. Like the Greeks, they fought with the one-handed pike and shield. They occupied an intermediate position between the heavy infantry of the phalanx, and the peltasts and other light troops. See Grote's Greece, Volume 11. Ch. 92. The heavy cavalry, wholly or chiefly composed of Macedonians by birth, was known by the honorable name of Tau Alpha Rho Omicron Iota, companions, or brothers in arms. It was divided, as it seems, into 15 Lambda Alpha Iota, which were named after the states or districts from which they came. Their strength varied from 150 to 250 men. A separate one, the 16th Al, formed the so-called Agema, or Royal Horse Guard, at the head of which Alexander himself generally charged. See Arrian, 3. 11, 13, 18. In addition to his other military improvements, Philip had organized an effective siege train with projectile and battering engines superior to anything of the kind existing before. This artillery was at once made use of by Alexander in this campaign against the Illyrians. Perdiccas, son of Orontes, a Macedonian, was one of Alexander's most distinguished generals. The king is said on his deathbed to have taken the royal signet from his finger and to have given it to Perdiccas. After Alexander's death he was appointed regent, but an alliance was formed against him by Antipater, Craterus, and Ptolemy. He marched into Egypt against Ptolemy. Being defeated in his attempts to force the passage of the Nile, his own troops mutinied against him and slew him, BC 321. See Diodorus, 18. 36, for his personal valor. See Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 39. Cenas, son of Polemocrates, was a son-in-law of Parmenio, and one of Alexander's best generals. He violently accused his brother-in-law Philotas of treason, and personally superintended the torturing of that famous officer previous to his execution, Curtius, 6. 36, 42. He was put forward by the army to dissuade Alexander from advancing beyond the Hyphasis, Arrian, v. 27. Soon after this he died and was buried with all possible magnificence near that river, BC 327, Arrian, 6. 2. The Cadmea was the Acropolis of Thebes, an oval eminence of no great height, named after Cadmus, the leader of a Phoenician colony, who is said to have founded it. Since the Battle of Kyrenia, this citadel had been held by a Macedonian garrison. Amintas was a Macedonian officer, and Timolaus a leading Theban of the Macedonian faction. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 57. These were 2 provinces in the west of Macedonia. 2 divisions of Epirus. A town on the Peneus in Hestiotis. A town in Boeotia, on the lake Copais, distant 50 stades northwest of Thebes. It seems from Plutarch, that Alexander was really wounded in the head by a stone, in a battle with the Illyrians. This Alexander was also called Lyncestes, from being a native of Lyncestis, a district of Macedonia. He was an accomplice in Philip's murder, but was pardoned by his successor. He accompanied Alexander the Great into Asia, but was put to death in BC 330, for having carried on a treasonable correspondence with Darius. See Arrian, I. 25. The friend and charioteer of Hercules. He sent to demand the surrender of the anti-Macedonian leaders, Phoenix and Prothites, but offering any other Thebans who came out to him the terms agreed upon in the preceding year. See Plutarch, Life of Alexander, 11, and Diodorus, 17. 9. The Boeotarchs were the chief magistrates of the Boeotian Confederacy, chosen annually by the different states. The number varied from 10 to 12. At the time of the Battle of Delium, in the Peloponnesian War, they were 11 in number, 2 of them being Thebans. See Grote, History of Greece, Volume 2. Page 296. Arrian says that the attack of the Macedonians upon Thebes was made by Perdiccas, without orders from Alexander, and that the capture was effected in a short time and with no labor on the part of the captors, ch. 9. But Diodorus says that Alexander ordered and arranged the assault, that the Thebans made a brave and desperate resistance for a long time, and that not only the Boeotian allies, but the Macedonians themselves committed great slaughter of the besieged, died. 17, 11-14. It is probable that Ptolemy, who was Arrian's authority, wished to exonerate Alexander from the guilt of destroying Thebes. Amyntas was one of Alexander's leading officers. He and his brothers were accused of being accomplices in the plot of Philotas, but were acquitted. He was however soon afterwards killed in a skirmish. Arrian, 3. 27. The mythical founder of the walls of Thebes. See Pausanias, 9. 17. The Thebans had incurred the enmity of the other Boeotians by treating them as subjects instead of allies. They had destroyed the restored Plataea, and had been the chief enemies of the Phocians in the Sacred War, which ended in the subjugation of that people by Philip. See Smith's History of Greece, pages 467, 473, 506. More than 500 Macedonians were killed, while 6,000 Thebans were slain, and 30,000 sold into slavery. See Aelian, Varia Historia, 13. 7, Diodorus, 17. 14, Pausanias, 8. 30, Plutarch, Life of Alexander, 11. The sale of the captives realized 440 talents, or about 107,000 pounds, and Justin, 11. 4, says that large sums were offered from feelings of hostility towards Thebes on the part of the bidders. BC 415-413. See Grote's Greece, Volume 7. BC 405. See Thucydides, 2. 13, Xenophon, Hellenics, 2. 2. By Conan's victory at Cnidus, BC 394. At Leuctra they lost 400 Spartans and 1,000 other Lacedaemonians. See Zen. Helen, 6. 4. The Achaeans, Hellenes, Athenians, and some of the Arcadians, were allies of Sparta at this crisis, BC 369. See Zen. Helen, 7. 5, Diodorus, 15. 85. BC 426. See Tuke, 3. 52, etc. BC 416 and 421. See Tuke, v. 32, 84, etc. These persons must have forgotten that Alexander's predecessor and namesake had served in the army of Xerxes along with the Thebans. See Herodotus 7. 173. Plutarch, Lysander, 15, says that the Theban Arianthus moved that Athens should be destroyed. See Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 57. Plutarch, Alexander, 13, tells us that Alexander was afterward sorry for his cruelty to the Thebans. He believed that he had incurred the wrath of Dionysus, the tutelary deity of Thebes, who incited him to kill his friend Clitus, and induced his soldiers to refuse to follow him into the interior of India. Orchomenus was destroyed by the Thebans b. c. 364. See Diad, 15. 79, Demosthenes, Contra Leptinum, page 489. It was restored by Philip, according to Pausanias, 4. 27. The great mysteries of Demeter were celebrated at Eleusis, from the 15th to the 23rd of the month Bodromian, our September. All these 9 men were orators except Chares, Charidemus, and Ephialtes, who were military men. Plutarch, Life of Demosthenes, 23, does not mention Chares, Diotimus, and Hyperides, but puts the names of Callisthenes and Damon in the list. See Aeschines, Adversus Ctesiphantum, pages 469, 547, 551, 603, 633, Plutarch, Demosthenes, 22, Phocion, 16, Diodorus, 17. 5. At the head of this embassy was Phocion. He was put to death by Darius shortly before the Battle of Issus, for advising him not to rely on his Asiatic troops in the contest with Alexander, but to subsidize an army of Grecian mercenaries. See Curtius, 3. 5, Diodorus, 17. 30. Archelaus was king of Macedonia from BC 413 to 399. He improved the internal arrangements of his kingdom, and patronized art and literature. He induced the tragic poets, Euripides and Agathon, as well as the epic poet Coerilus, to visit him. And treated Euripides especially with favor. He also invited Socrates, who declined the invitation. Aegae, or Edessa, was the earlier capital of Macedonia, and the burial place of its kings. Philip was murdered here, BC 336. A narrow strip of land in Macedonia, between the mouths of the Haliacmon and Peneus, the reputed home of Orpheus and the Muses. Cf. Apollonius Rhodius, 4. 1284, Livy, 22. I. This man was the most noted soothsayer of his time. Telmissus was a city of Caria, celebrated for the skill of its inhabitants in divination. Cf. Arrian, Anab. I. 25, 2. 18, 3. 2, 3. 7, 3. 15, 4. 4, 4. 15, Herodotus, I. 78, and Cicero, De Divination, I. 41. Diodorus, 17. 17, says that there were 30,000 infantry and 4,500 cavalry. He gives the numbers in the different brigades as well as the names of the commanders. Plutarch, Life of Alexander, 15, says that the lowest numbers recorded were 30,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, and the highest, 34,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. This lake is near the mouth of the Strymon. It is called Prasias by Herodotus, v. 16, its present name is Tachino. This mountain is now called Pranari. Xerxes took the same route when marching into Greece. See Herodotus, v. 16, 7. 112, Aeschylus, Percy, 494, Euripides, Rhesus, 922, 972. Now called Maritza. See Theocritus, 7. 110. Cf. Homer, Iliad, 2. 701, Ovid, Epistolae Heroidum, 13. 93, Herodotus, 9. 116. The Athenians supplied 20 ships of war. See Diodorus, 17. 22. A landing place in the northwest of Troas, near Cape Sigeum. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 17, Justin, 11. 5. The celebrated general, mentioned already in chapter 10. Son of Amintas, a Macedonian of Pella. He was the most intimate friend of Alexander, with whom he had been brought up. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 7. Plutarch, Life of Alex, 15, says that Alexander also went through the ceremony, still customary in his own day, of anointing himself with oil and running up to the tomb naked. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, x. 4, Cicero, Pro Archia, ch. 10. By Pindar and Bacchylides. See Xenophon's Anabasis, Book 2. A town in the Macedonia district of Mygdonia, south of Lake Balbi. It is now called Paulina. We find from Diodorus, 17. 7, that the Persian king had subsidized this great general and 5,000 Greek mercenaries to protect his seaboard from the Macedonians. Before the arrival of Alexander, he had succeeded in checking the advance of Parmenio and Collis. If Memnon had lived and his advice been adopted by Darius, the fate of Persia might have been very different. Cf. Plutarch, Life of Alex, 18. Diodorus, 17. 18, says that Memnon, while advising the Persian generals to lay waste the country, and to prevent the Macedonians from advancing through scarcity of provisions, also urged them to carry a large force into Greece and Macedonia, and thus transfer the war into Europe. The Granicus rises in Mount Ida, and falls into the Propontis near Cyzicus. Ovid, Medum, 11. 763, calls it Granicus Bicornis. This was a brigade of about 1,000 men. See Livy, 37. 42. Pi omicron phi theta sigma omicron mu epsilon nu. This future is used by the later writers for the Attic pi omicron phi theta sigma omicron mu alpha iota. It is found however in Xenophon. Craterus was one of Alexander's best generals. On the death of the king he received the government of Macedonia and Greece in conjunction with Antipater, whose daughter he married. He fell in battle against Eumenes, BC 321. Culla was appointed viceroy of Phrygia. He consequently took no further part in Alexander's campaigns after this. Alexander had 3 generals named Philip, 2 of whom are mentioned here as sons of Amintas and Menelaus. The third was son of Machadas, and was left in India as viceroy. Son of Charimas, was commander of the Odrysian cavalry. C3. 12 infra. Diodorus, 17. 19, says that the Persian cavalry numbered 10,000, and their infantry 100,000. Both these numbers are inaccurate. We know from Arrian, chaps. 12 and 13, that the Persian infantry was inferior in number to that of Alexander. This is an Homeric name for Mars the war god. In Homer Ares is the Trojan and Enyalius the Grecian war god. Hence they are mentioned as different in Aristophanes, Pax, 457. See Paley's note on Homer, 7. 166, as to the practice of shouting the war cry to Mars before battle, see Xenophon, Anab, I, 8, 18, v. 2, 14. The Scholiast on Thucydides, I. 50, says that the Greeks used to sing 2 paeans, one to Mars before battle, another to Apollo after it. Nu upsilon sigma tau nu equals delta upsilon nu alpha tau nu. Cf. Arrian, 4. 12, 6, Xenophon, Anab, I, 8, 11, Res laced, I, 3. Xi upsilon nu epsilon iota sigma tau kappa epsilon iota mu chi eta. This is a common expression with Arrian, copied from Herodotus, I, 74, Oedipassim. Plutarch, Alex, 16, Diodorus, 17. 20. Diodorus, 17. 21, says that more than 10,000 of the Persian infantry were killed, and 2,000 cavalry. And that more than 20,000 were made prisoners. Her name was Statira. An important city in Macedonia on the Thermaic Gulf, named after a temple of Zeus. Lysippus of Sicyon was one of the most famous of Greek statuaries. None of his works remain, inasmuch as they were all executed in bronze. Alexander published an edict that no one should paint his portrait but Apelles, and that no one should make a statue of him but Lysippus. When Metellus conquered Macedonia, he removed this group of bronze statues to Rome, to decorate his own portico. See Pliny, Nat. History, 34. 19, Velius Paterculus, I, 11. As most of the infantry on the Persian side were Grecian mercenaries, who, according to Plutarch, fought with desperate valor, and, according to Arrian himself, all the infantry were killed except 2,000. The number of Alexander's slain must have been larger than Arrian here states. At Corinth, BC 336. For the fact that the Acropolis of Athens was often called simply Polis, see Thucydides, 2. 15, Xenophon, Anab. 7, 1, 27, Antiphon, 146, 2, Aristophanes, Equites, 1093, Lysistrata, 758. A city at the foot of Mount Ida. A city of Bithynia, on the Propontis. About 8 miles. This river flows through Phrygia and Lydia, and falls into the Gulf of Smyrna. Its present name is Codice. See Virgil, George, 2. 137, Silius, I, 159. Claudian, Raptus Proserpine, 2. 67. Nearly 2½ miles. For a description of this fortress, see Herodotus, I, 84. Memnon had succeeded his brother Mentor as governor for the Persian king of the territory near the Hellespont. See Diodorus, 17. 7. This man took refuge with Darius, and distinguished himself at the battle of Issus. See Plutarch, Alex, 20, Curtius, 3. 28, he met with his death soon after in Egypt. See Arrian, 2. 6 and 13, Diod, 17. 48. The temple of Artemis at Ephesus had been burnt down by Herostratus in the night on which Alexander was born, October 13 to 14, BC 356, and at this time was being restored by the joint efforts of the Ionian cities. See Strabo, 14. 1. Heropathus and Surfax are not mentioned by any other writers. This was the Carian Magnesia, situated on the Letheus, a tributary of the Meander. Tralles was on the Uden, another tributary of the Meander. See Juvenal, 3. 70. Lysimachus was of mean origin, his father having been a serf in Sicily. He was one of Alexander's confidential bodyguards, and on the death of the great king obtained Thrace as his portion of the dismembered empire. In conjunction with Seleucus he won the Battle of Ipsus, by which he obtained a great part of Asia Minor. He ultimately acquired all the European dominions of Alexander in addition to Asia Minor. But in his 80th year he was defeated and slain by Seleucus at the Battle of Chorus, BC 281. Sintenus was the first to substitute Lysimachus for Antimachus, the reading of the Misas cf 6. 28 infra. 11 in number. See Herodotus, I, 149-151. 13 in number, of which Miletus and Ephesus were the chief in importance. For the celebrated interview of Alexander with Apelles at Ephesus, see Aelian, Varia Historia, 2. 3. Cf. Herodotus, 6. 7. Here the Persians destroyed the Ionic fleet, BC 497. Famous for the victory won near it by Leotychides and Xanthippus over the Persians, BC 479. Cf. Virgil, Aeneid, 6. 3. Obvertent Pelago pro ras. See Conington's note. Strabo, 14. 1, says that Miletus had 4 harbors. Phi omicron mu alpha rho tau omicron nu tau omega nu. This word is rare in prose. See Homer, Iliad, 8. 191, Apollonius Rhodius, I, 201. Miletus lay nearly 10 miles south of the mouth of the Meander. A similar stratagem was used by Lysander at Aegospotami, BC 405. See Xenophon, Hellenics, 2. 1. Iasus was a city in Caria on the Iasian Gulf, founded by the Argives and further colonized by the Milesians. Caria formed the southwest angle of Asia Minor. The Greeks asserted that the Carians were emigrants from Crete. We learn from Thucydides and Herodotus that they entered the service of foreign rulers. They formed the bodyguard of Queen Athaliah, who had usurped the throne and stood in need of foreign mercenaries. The word translated in our Bible in 2 Kings 11. 4:19 as captains, ought to be rendered Carians. See First's Hebrew lexicon, sub voce. Now called Budrum. It was the birthplace of the historians Herodotus and Dionysius. Little more than half a mile. Now called Melasso, a city of Caria, about 10 miles from the Gulf of Iasus. A colony of Treason, on the western extremity of the same peninsula on which stood Halicarnassus. Diodorus, 17. 25, says that this incident occurred in the night, which is scarcely probable. Compare the conduct of the 2 centurions Pulfio and Varenus in the country of the Nervii. Caesar, Gallic War, v. 44. Compare the sieges of Avaricum, Gergovia, and Alesia by Caesar, Gallic War, lib 7, and that of Saguntum by Hannibal. See Livy, 21. 7-15. This use of mu phi with the dative is poetical. The Attic writers use pi epsilon rho with the accusative. Cf 2. 3, 8, 3. 30, 1. There were at least 4 generals in Alexander's army of this name. The one here mentioned was probably not the famous son of Lagus. Diodorus, 17. 25-27, gives a very different account of the last struggle of the besieged in Halicarnassus. When the leaders saw that they must eventually succumb, they made a last desperate effort to destroy Alexander's military engines. Ephialtes, the eminent Athenian exile, headed the sally, which was effected by troops simultaneously issuing from all the gates at daybreak. The advanced guard of the Macedonians, consisting of young troops, were put to rout. But the veterans of Philip restored the battle under a man named Aetherias. Ephialtes was slain, and his men driven back into the city. Hecatomnus, king of Corea, left 3 sons, Mausolus, Hydrius, and Pixodarus. And 2 daughters, Artemisia and Ada. Artemisia married Mausolus, and Ada married Hydrius. All these children succeeded their father in the sovereignty, Pixodarus being the last surviving son. Amyntas, king of Macedonia, grandfather of Alexander the Great, adopted the celebrated Athenian general Iphicrates, in gratitude to him as the preserver of Macedonia. See Aeschines, De Falsa Legation, pages 249-250. See Arrian, 2. 20 infra. The Marmarians alone defended their city with desperate valor. They finally set fire to it, and escaped through the Macedonian camp to the mountains. See Diodorus, 17. 28, as to Xanthus the river, see Homer, Iliad, 2. 877, 6. 172. Horace, Carm, 4. 6, 26. Lycia was originally called Milius, but the name was afterwards applied to the high table in the north of Lycia, extending into Pisidia. See Herodotus, I. 173. Phaselis was a seaport of Lycia on the Gulf of Pamphylia. It is now called Tekrova. He also crowned with garlands the statue of Theodectes the rhetorician, which the people of Phaselis, his native city, had erected to his memory. This man was a friend and pupil of Aristotle, the tutor of Alexander. See Plutarch, Life of Alex, 17, Aristotle, Nicom. Ethics, 7. 7. Philip was murdered by Pausanias. 3 only of his reputed accomplices are known by name, and they were Alexander, Heramenes, and Arabius, sons of Aripus. The 2 latter were put to death, but the first named was not only spared, but advanced to high military command for being the first to salute Alexander as king. Compare Curtius, 7. 1, Justin, 11. 2. Alexander was accused by some of forgiving his father's murderers. Probably the reference was to his kind treatment of Olympias and this Alexander. See Curtius, 6. 43. That of the Hellespontine Phrygia. See Chapter 17. Supra. See Chapter 17. Supra. Nearly £250,000. See Chapter 11. Supra. Compare Plutarch, Alex, 17. Just as the historians of Alexander affirmed that the sea near Pamphylia providentially made way for him, so the people of Thapsacus, when they saw the army of Cyrus cross the Euphrates on foot, said that the river made way for him to come and take the scepter, Zen. Anab, I. 4. So also the inhabitants prostrated themselves before Lucullus when the same river subsided and allowed his army to cross, Plutarch, Lucullus, chapter 24. There was the same omen in the reign of Tiberius, when Vitellius, with a Roman army, crossed the Euphrates to restore Tiridates to the throne of Parthia, Tacitus, Annals, 6. 37, cf. Strabo, 14. 3. Aspendus was on the Eurymedon. About £12,000. Side was on the coast of Pamphylia, a little west of the river Melas. Cilium was about 5 miles from the coast, between Aspendus and Side. This river is celebrated for the double victory of Cimon the Athenian over the Persians, in BC 466. See Smith's Greece, page 252, Grote, volume 5, page 163. This lake is mentioned by Herodotus, 7:30, as being near the city of Anava. It is now called Burdur. Here Cyrus the Younger reviewed his Grecian forces and found them to be 11,000 hoplites and 2,000 peltasts. Here that prince had a palace and park, in which rose the river Meander, close to the source of the Marsyas. See Xenophon, Anab, I, 2. Compare Curtius, 3. 1. Curtius, 3. 1, says they made a truce with Alexander for 60 days. Antigonus, called the One-Eyed, was father of Demetrius Poliorcetes. On the division of Alexander's empire he received Phrygia, Lycia, and Pamphylia. He eventually acquired the whole of Asia Minor, but was defeated and slain at the Battle of Ipsus by the allied forces of Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucus, BC 301. When he was slain he was in his 81st year. Balacrus was left by Alexander to command in Egypt. See Arrian, 3. 5. The capital of the old Phrygian kings. It was rebuilt in the time of Augustus, and called Juliopolis. This Ptolemy was killed at the Battle of Issus, Arrian, 2. 110. We learn from Curtius, 4. 34, that Alexander released these prisoners at the request of ambassadors from Athens, who met him in Syria after his return from Egypt. The other cities of Lesbos were Methymna, Antissa, Eresus, and Pyrrha. Now called Cape Sigri, the west point of the island. The southern point of Euboea, now called Cape Mandili. Cf. Homer, Odyss. 3. 177. The southeastern point of Laconia, now called Cape Malia di St. Angelo. It was dreaded by ancient mariners. See Homer, Odyssey, 9. 80, Ovid, Amores, 2. 16, 24, Virgil, Aeneid, v. 193. There was a saying, mu alpha lambda alpha delta kappa mu psi alpha pi iota lambda theta omicron upsilon tau nu omicron kappa alpha delta epsilon, Strabo, 8. Page 250. In accordance with the Convention of Corinth. Compare next chapter. For the pillars compare Herodotus, 2. 102, 106, Thucydides, v. 18, 47, 56, Aristophanes, Acarnians, 727, Lysistrata, 513. This treaty was concluded by the Spartans with the king of Persia, BC 387. It was designed to break up the Athenian supremacy. It stipulated that all the Grecian colonies in Asia were to be given to the Persian king, the Athenians were to retain only Imbros, Lesbos, and Syros. And all the other Grecian cities were to be autonomous. See Xenophon, Hellenics, 4. 8, v. 1. Cf. 2. 13 infra. Cyclades ideo sic appellati, quod omnes ambient delon partur deorum insinum. Ammianus, 22. 8, 2. Cf. Horace, Carm, I, 14, 19. 3, 28, 14. Cf. Virgil, Aeneid, 2. 21. The regent of Macedonia and Greece during Alexander's absence. One of the Cyclades, a little to the northeast of Melos. It was noted for the low morality of its inhabitants. See Aristophanes, fragment, 558, on the authority of Suedas. Euripus properly means any narrow sea, where the ebb and flow of the tide is violent. The name was especially applied to the strait between Boeotia and Euboea, where the ancients asserted the sea ebbed and flowed 7 times in the day, Strabo, 9. 1. Modern observers have noticed these extraordinary tides. The present name of the island, Negropont, is the Italian name formed from Agrippo, the modern corruption of Euripus. Cf. Cicero, Pro Murena, 17. Quod freedom, quem Euripum tot motus, tantas, tam varias habera putatis agitations fluctuum, quantas perturbations e quantas estis habet ratio commissurum. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, 9. 6. Tau nu tau omicron iota omicron tau omega nu gamma rho mu nu epsilon iota tau beta omicron upsilon lambda mu alpha tau alpha, kappa alpha omicron mu epsilon tau alpha epsilon sigma pi epsilon rho iota pi omicron. One of the Cyclades, about halfway between Attica and Cyphnis. Pi iota pi tau nu alpha iota, a poetical form for pi iota pi tau sigma theta alpha iota. Cf. Justin, 11. 7. Cf. Curtius, 3. 2. Zump's edition. Plutarch, Alexander, 18. Now called Angora. In the time of Alexander the country was named Great Phrygia, the term Galatia being afterwards applied to it, from the fact that it was conquered by the Gauls in the 3rd century BC. Now called Kizil Irmak, i.e. the Red River. It is the largest river in Asia Minor, and separated the empires of Persia and Lydia, until the conquest of the latter by Cyrus. The chief pass over the Taurus between Cappadocia and Cilicia. It is more than 3,600 feet above the sea level. Its modern name is Golek Bogaz. Cf. Curtius, 3. 9-11, it is called Tauri Pili by Cicero, Epistolae ad Atticum, v. 22. See Xenophon, Anabasis, I. 2, 20, 21. Curtius, 3. 11, says, that Alexander wondered at his own good fortune, when he observed how easily Arzames might have blocked up the pass. Cyrus the Younger was equally fortunate in finding this impregnable pass abandoned by Cynesis, king of Cilicia. See Xenophon, Anabasis, I. 2, 21. Now called Tersuschai. See Curtius, 3. 12, Justin, 11. 8, and Lucian, de Domo, I. At Tarsus the Emperor Julian was buried. See Ammianus, 25. 10, 5. Probably none of the physicians would venture to prescribe, for fear of being held responsible for his death, which seemed likely to ensue. 9 years after, when Hephaestion died of fever at Ecbatana, Alexander caused the physician who had attended him to be crucified. See Arrian, 7. 14, Plutarch, Alexander, 72. Cf. Curtius, 3. 14-16, Diodorus, 17. 31, Justin, 11. 8. Plutarch, Alex, 19. The barbarous conduct of Alexander towards Philotas for years after, when contrasted with his noble confidence in Philip, shows the bad effect of his unparalleled success, upon his moral character. This pass was called the Syrian Gates, lying between the shore of the Gulf of Issus and Mount Amanus. Cyrus the Younger was 6 days marching from Tarsus through this pass. See Xenophon, Anab, I. 4. The Greeks often gave the name of Assyria to the country usually called by them Syria. The Hebrew name for it is Aram, highland. Cf. Cicero, ad Diversos, 15. 4, Diad, 14. 21. A city of Cilicia on the coast, a little west of the mouth of the Cydnus. Said to have been the last of the Assyrian kings. Cf. Strabo, 14. 5, for a description of this statue. This was, doubtless, the arrow-headed writing which has been deciphered by Sir Henry Rawlinson. Cf. Herodotus, 4. 87, Thucydides, 4. 50. Now called Mazetlu. It was a Rhodian colony on the coast of Cilicia, between the rivers Cydnus and Lamus. It was afterwards renamed Pompeiopolis. The birthplace of Philemon, Aratus, and Chrysippus. About 49,000 pounds. Asander was a nephew of Parmenio. He afterwards brought a reinforcement to Alexander from Greece, Arrian, 4. 7. After the king's death he obtained the rule of Caria, but joining the party of Ptolemy and Cassander, he was defeated by Antigonus, BC 313. These were Carian cities. Kos, the birthplace of Apelles and Hippocrates, is one of the group of islands called Sporades, off the coast of Caria. Triopium is the promontory terminating the peninsula of Cnidus, the southwest headland of Asia Minor. Cf. Tibullus, 2. 3, 57. Propertius, I, 2, 1, 2. 1, 5, Herodotus, I, 174. Called by the Romans, Aesculapius. He was the god of the medical art, and no doubt Alexander sacrificed to him, and celebrated the games, in gratitude for his recovery from the fever he had had at Tarsus. This plain is mentioned in Homer, 6. 201, Herodotus, 6. 95. The large river Pyramus, now called Gihon, falls into the sea near Malus. Malus was said to have been founded by Amphilochus after the fall of Troy. This hero was the son of Amphioros, the great prophet of Argos, whom Zeus is said to have made immortal. Megarsus, of Megarsa, was the port of Malus. The difference of meaning between theta epsilon iota nu and nu alpha gamma zeta epsilon iota nu is seen from Herodotus, 2. 44. Plutarch, Moralia, 2. Page 857d. Usually called the Syrian Gates. See Chapter 5, Note 1 Supra. A city on the Gulf of Issus, being a settlement of the Phoenicians. Herodotus, 4. 38, calls the gulf the Myrriandric Gulf. Cf. Xenophon, Anab, 4. Cf. Arrian, 7. 29, Curtius, 8. 17. Aeschines tells us in his speech against Ctesiphon, p. 552, that the anti-Macedonian statesmen at Athens at this time received letters from their friends, stating that Alexander was caught and pinned up in Cilicia. He says Demosthenes went about showing these letters and boasting of the news. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 11. 7, 3, says that, not only Sanballat at Samaria but all those that were in Asia also were persuaded that the Macedonians would not so much as come to a battle with the Persians, on account of their multitude. There are two passes by which the eastern countries are entered from Cilicia, one on the south, near the sea, leads into Syria. The other pass lies more to the north, and leads to the country near the Euphrates. The latter was called the Ammonic, and the former the Syrian Gate. Alexander had just passed through the Syrian Gate in order to march against Darius, at the very time that Darius was descending into Cilicia by the Ammonic Gate, and occupying Issus with his advanced guard. Alexander, who had reached Myrriandrus in Syria, made a countermarch to meet Darius. Plutarch, Alex, 20, says that they missed each other in the night, which is quite a mistake. Cf. Sallust, Catalina, 59, Caesar, Bell. Gaul, 2. 25. See Xenophon, Anab, 3. 3. At Cunaxa. Xenophon, 2. 2, 6, does not mention the name of the place where the battle was fought, but says that he was informed it was only 360 stadia, about 40 miles, from Babylon. We get the name Cunaxa from Plutarch, Life of Artaxerxes, c. 8, who says it was 500 stadia, about 58 miles, from Babylon. Callisthenes the historian, who accompanied Alexander into Asia, states that the breadth of the plain between the mountain and the sea was not more than 14 stadia, or a little more than 1 English mile and a half. See Polybius, 12. 17. These seem to have been foreign mercenaries. See Polybius, v. 79, 82, Strabo, 15. 3. Hesychius says that they were not a nation, but foreigners serving for pay. Callisthenes, as quoted in Polybius, 12. 18, reckoned the Grecian mercenaries of Darius at 30,000, and the cavalry at 30,000. Arrian enumerates 90,000 heavy-armed, not including the cavalry. Yet Polybius tries to prove that there was not room even for the 60,000 troops mentioned by Callisthenes. The depth of this single phalanx is not given, nor do we know the exact width of the ground which it occupied. Assuming a depth of 16, and 1 pace in breadth to each soldier, 4,000 men would stand in the breadth of a stadium of 250 paces, and therefore 80,000 men in a breadth of 20 stadia. Assuming a depth of 26, 6,500 men would stand in the breadth of the stadium, and therefore 90,000 in a total breadth of 14 stadia, which is that given by Callisthenes. Mr. Kinnear states that the breadth between Mount Amanus and the sea varies between 1.5 miles and 3 miles. Grote. Diodorus, 17. 31, and Plutarch, Alex, 18, give the same number, but Justin, 11. 9, says the Persians numbered 400,000 infantry and 100,000 cavalry. It took 5 days for them to cross the Euphrates, over bridges of boats, Curtius, 3. 17. The money alone of the king required 600 mules and 300 camels to convey it, Curtius, 3. 8. Cf. Arrian, 3. 11, and Xenophon, Anab, I, 8, 21, 22. See Donaldson's New Cratylus, Sect. 178. Cf. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 7. 1, 6. In describing the Battle of Arbela, Arrian mentions 8 distinct squadrons of Macedonian heavy cavalry, which was known by the name of the Companions. Among the squadrons several, if not all, were named after particular towns or districts of Macedonia, as here, Anthemus, and Leusch. We also find mention of the squadrons of Bottiaea, Amphipolis, and Apollonia. See also Arrian, I, 2, I, 12, 3. 11. Tau gamma nu mu delta epsilon delta omicron upsilon lambda omega mu nu omicron. An expression imitated from Thucydides, 4. 34, compare Arrian, 3. 11, v. 19, 6. 16, where the same words are used of Porus and the Indians. Kappa upsilon mu nu alpha nu tau phi lambda alpha gamma gamma omicron. An expression imitated from Xenophon, Anab, I, 8, 18. It is praised by Demetrius, De Elocution, 84. Kruger reads Kappa Kappa upsilon mu nu alpha nu. Cf. Plutarch, Pompey, 69. Curtius, 3. 29, says that on Alexander's side 504 were wounded, and 182 killed. Diodorus, 17. 36, says, that 450 Macedonians were killed. Justin, 11. 9, states that 280 were slain. Polybius, who lived nearly 3 centuries before Arrian, censures Callisthenes for asserting that the Persian cavalry crossed the river Panaris and attacked the Thessalians. No doubt Arrian received this information from the lost works of Ptolemy and Aristobulus, Poly, 12. 18. Mu beta tau eta is the poetical form of nu alpha beta tau eta, the word used by Xenophon, Plato, and other Attic writers. The latter is found only once in Arrian, 3. 13, 5. Tau nu pi epsilon zeta nu is Martin's emendation for pi epsilon zeta nu. Curtius, 3. 27, and Diodorus, 17. 34, give a graphic description of a direct charge made by Alexander upon Darius, and a sanguinary conflict between Alexander's bodyguard and the Persian nobles, in which the great king's horses were wounded and became unmanageable. Whereupon Darius got out, mounted a horse, and fled. We learn from Plutarch, Alex, 20, that Chares affirmed Alexander came into hand-to-hand conflict with Darius, and that he received a wound in the thigh from that king's sword. Plutarch says that Alexander wrote to Antipater that he had been wounded in the thigh with a dagger, but did not say by whom. He also wrote that nothing serious had resulted from the wound. The account of Arrian is far the most trustworthy. Callisthenes stated that Alexander made a direct attack upon Darius, Polybius, 12. 22. We know from Xenophon that the Persian kings were in the habit of occupying the center, and that Cyrus directed Clearchus to make the attack against the person of his brother Artaxerxes at the Battle of Cunaxa. Polybius seems to have been ignorant of this custom of the Persian kings when he wrote his criticism on the statement of Callisthenes. Phi epsilon lambda epsilon tau omicron. On this word see Donaldson, New Cratylus, sect. 315, cf. Aeschylus, Percy, 428, Thucydides, 4. 134, Xenophon, Hellenics, I, 2, 16. The victories of the Greeks and Macedonians over the Persians were materially aided by the pusillanimity of Xerxes and Darius. Compare the conduct of Xerxes at Salamis, Herodotus, 8. 97. Aeschylus, Percy, 465–470, with Mr. Paley's note, and that of Darius at Arbela, Arrian, 3. 14. Diodorus, 17. 36, and Curtius, 3. 29, agree with Arrian as to the number of slain in the army of Darius. Plutarch, Alex. 20, gives the number as 110,000. Justin, 11. 9, agrees with Arrian, that the wife of Darius was also his sister. Grote speaks of the mother, wife, and sister of Darius being captured, which is an error. Diodorus, 17. 38, and Curtius, 3. 29, say that the son was about 6 years of age. Cf. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 2. 1, 3, 7. 5, 85. Damascus, the Hebrew name of which is Damasek, a very ancient city in Syria, at the foot of the Anti-Libanus, at an elevation of 220 feet above the sea, in a spacious and fertile plain about 30 miles in diameter, which is watered by 3 rivers. 2 of which are called in the Bible Abana and Pharpar. It has still a population of 150,000. The Emperor Julian, in one of his letters, calls it, the eye of all the East. About 730,000 pounds. BC 333, end of October or beginning of November. Alexander erected 3 altars on the bank of the Paneris, to Zeus, Heracles, and Athena, Curtius, 3. 33. Cicero, who was proconsul of Cilicia, speaks of the altars of Alexander at the foot of Amanus, and says that he encamped there 4 days, Epistoli ad Diversos, 15. 4. About 12,000 pounds. This distinguished general saved Alexander's life in India, in the assault on the city of the Malians. After the king's death, he received the rule of the Lesser or Hellespontine Phrygia. He was defeated and slain by the Athenians under Antipholus, against whom he was fighting in alliance with Antipater, BC 323. See Diodorus, 18. 14, 15, Plutarch, Phocion, 25. Compare Diodorus, 17. 37, 38, Curtius, 3. 29–32. Named Sisygambes. In a letter written by Alexander to Parmenio, an extract from which is preserved by Plutarch, Alex. 22, he says that he never saw nor entertained the desire of seeing the wife of Darius, who was said to be the most beautiful woman in Asia, and that he would not allow himself to listen to those who spoke about her beauty. Cf. Ammianus, 24. For, 27, speaking of Julian, ex virginibus autem, quae speciosi sunt captae, ut in Perside, ubi feminarum pulchritudo excellit, nec contractor aliquam voluit, nec videre, Alexandrum imitatus eti Africanum, ca haec declinabant. Any frangerter cupiditate, ca esse invictos elaboribus ubique prestiderant. Thapsacus is understood to be identical with the city called Tifsac, passage, in 1 Kings 4. 24, which is there said to have been the eastern boundary of Solomon's empire. It is generally supposed that the modern Dare occupies the site of the ancient Thapsacus, but it has been discovered that the only ford in this part of the river is at Suriae, 165 miles above Dare. This was probably the site of Thapsacus. From the time of Seleucus Nicator the city was called Amphipolis, Pliny, v. 21. See Stephanus of Byzantium, sub voce Amphipolis. Cf. Xenophon, Anabasis, I, 4, 11. The Euphrates is the largest river of Western Asia, and rises in the mountains of Armenia. It unites with the Tigris, and after a course of 1,780 miles flows into the Persian Gulf. It is navigable by boats for 1,200 miles. The annual inundation, caused by the melting of the snow in the mountains of Armenia, takes place in the month of May. The Euphrates, Tigris, and Eulias had formerly 3 separate outlets into the Persian Gulf. But the 3 now unite in a single stream, which is called Shatt el-Arab. The Hebrew name for the river which the Greeks called Euphrates, was Perith, rapid stream. It is called in the Bible, the Great River, and the river, Gen 15. 18, Exodus 23, 31, Edipasim. In Jeremiah 13. 4-7, the word Perith stands for Ephrath, another name for Bethlehem. In our Bible it is mistranslated. See First's Hebrew lexicon. The term Senon was applied to the lowland plain from Aradus to Gaza. The northern portion, from Aradus to Carmel, is known to us under its Grecian name of Phoenicia, which is probably derived from the Greek phoenix, a palm tree, which grew abundantly in the country, and was the emblem of some of its towns. Others derive it from another Greek word phoenix, red dye, which formed one of its most important manufactures. The Phoenicians applied the term Senon to their land in contrast to the highlands to the west, which they called Aram, highland, the Hebrew name for Syria. The country of Phoenicia was 120 miles long and with an average breadth of 12 miles, never exceeding 20 miles. The chief cities of Phoenicia were Tyre, Sidon, Berytus, Byblus, Berytus, Tripolis, and Acco or Ptolemy. Its central position between the eastern and western countries, early developed its commercial power, and its intercourse with foreign nations at an early period produced an advanced state of civilization and refinement. The Phoenicians were a Semitic nation like the Israelites, and their language bears a remarkable affinity with the Hebrew, as is seen by fragments of the Carthaginian language preserved in Plautus. In an inscription discovered at Marseilles in 1845, out of 94 words 74 were found in the Hebrew Bible. The Phoenicians were asserted by the Greeks to have communicated to them the knowledge of letters. And this statement is corroborated by the similarity of the Hebrew and ancient Greek letters. Their colonies spread from Cyprus to Crete and the Cyclades, thence to Euboea, Greece, and Thrace. The coasts of Asia Minor and Bithynia were dotted with their settlements, and they carried their commerce into the Black Sea. They also had colonies in Sicily, Sardinia, Ivica, and Spain, where they founded Cadiz. The northern coast of Africa was lined with their colonies, the most flourishing of which was Carthage, which rose to be one of the great powers of the world. Strabo says that they had 300 colonies on the western coast of Africa. They visited the coasts of England for tin, and thus, to quote the words of Humboldt, the Tyrian flag waved at the same time in Britain and the Indian Ocean. Herodotus, 4. 42-43, says that under the patronage of Necho, king of Egypt, they circumnavigated Africa, but he states that he does not believe it was a fact. The reason which he assigns for his disbelief is, that the navigators alleged that the sun was on their right hand, which is the strongest argument in favor of the truth of their statement. In Isaiah 23:11, Phoenicia is called Senon, where the English Bible has erroneously, the merchant city. In the Bible the word synonym is frequently used for merchants, because the Phoenicians were the principal commercial people of antiquity, Job's lie. 6, Prov. 31:24, Isaiah 23. 8, Hos 12. 7, Zeph, I, 2, Zech 14. 21, Tripolis consisted of 3 distinct cities, 600 feet apart, each having its own walls, but all united in a common constitution with one place of assembly. These cities were colonies respectively of Sidon, Tyre, and Aradus. Tripolis was a flourishing port on a headland which is a spur of Lebanon. It is now called Tripoli, and is still a large town. See Dr. Smith's Dictionary of Classical Geography. The oldest towns in Cyprus, Citium, Amathus, and Paphos, were Phoenician colonies. These were afterwards eclipsed by the Greek colonies, Salamis, Soli, and New Paphos. In Hebrew the island is called Seth, and the inhabitants Siddim. Gesenius says, that upon a Sidonian coin Seth in Cyprus, which the Greeks called Sidium, is described as a Sidonian colony. Diodorus, 16. 42, says there were 9 kings in Cyprus. It is probable that the kings of the Hittites mentioned in 1 Kings x. 29, were from Cyprus. Also the Hittite women whom Solomon married were probably Cyprians, 1 Kings 11. 1. The kings of the Hittites of whom the Syrians were afraid were also Cypriots, 2 Kings 7. 6. And the land of the Hittites mentioned in Judges I. 26, probably means Cyprus. Josephus, Eusebius, and Jerome understand these passages to refer to Cyprus. In Isaiah 23. 1. The land of Siddim refers to Cyprus, which belonged to Tyre, the revolt of which the prophet announced. This revolt is confirmed by Menander, Josephus, 9. 14, 9. Agis 3. Was ultimately defeated and slain by Antipater, BC 330. See Curtius, 6. 1 and 2, Grotes Greece, Volume 12. Pages 102 to 106. About 7,300 pounds. Now Cape Matapan. Cf. Propertius, 3. 2, 11, Tibullus, 3. 3, 13, Homer, Hymn to Apollo, 411. The Cretans were very early civilized and powerful, for we read in Homer of their 100 cities. Before the Trojan War lived the famous King Minos, who is said to have given laws to Crete, and to have been the first potentate who possessed a navy, with which he suppressed piracy in the Aegean Sea. The Cretans gradually degenerated, so that we find in the New Testament St. Paul quoting from their own poet, Epimenides, "Always liars and beasts are the Cretans, and inwardly sluggish," Titus I. 12. The lying propensity of the Cretans is proved from the fact that the verb to cretize was used in Greek with the meaning to speak falsely. In Hebrew, Crete is called Kaftar, Cyprus. It is mentioned in Jah 47. 4. It was the native land of a tribe of Philistines called Caphtorim, Gen X 14, Deuteronomy 2. 23, 1 Chron. I. 12. The fact that the Philistines came partly from Crete is also affirmed in Amos 9. 7. Another branch of the Philistines came from Kasloch in Egypt. The Caphtorim emigrated originally from Egypt to Crete, from which island they were probably driven by the Greeks. Tacitus asserts that the inhabitants of Palestine came from Crete, Historiae, v. 2, and the early name of Gaza was Minoah, after the famous king of Crete. Another Hebrew name for Crete is Sereth, whence the inhabitants were called Seraphim. They are mentioned in Ezek 25. 16, and Zeph 2. 5, where the Septuagint and the Syriac have Cretans. We find the Philistines, who were partly emigrants from Crete, called Seraphim in 1 Sam, XXX. 14. From among these Seraphim and Philistines David chose his bodyguard, which was composed of men skilled in shooting and slinging, 2 Sam 8. 18, 15. 18, XX. 7, 23, 1 Kings I, 38, 44, 1 Chron. 18. 17. From Diodorus, 17. 48, it appears that Agis went personally to Crete, and compelled most of the cities to join the Persian side. We also learn that the deputies of the Greeks assembled at the Isthmian Games at Corinth sent an embassy to Alexander to congratulate him on his victory at Issus, and to present him with a golden wreath. See also Curtius, 4. 22. Coele Syria, or Hollow Syria, is, in its more limited sense, the country between the ranges of Libanus and Anti-Libanus, in which Damascus and Baalbek are situated. In its wider meaning, it comprises the whole of northern Syria, in opposition to the countries of Phoenicia and Palestine. Aradus is an island lying 2 or 3 miles from the mainland of Phoenicia. According to Strabo, a state was founded in it by refugees from Sidon. For a long time the island was independent, under its own kings. And even after it fell under the sway of the Macedonian kings of Syria, and subsequently under that of the Romans, it retained a great deal of its commercial prosperity. Aradus appears in Hebrew under the form Arvad. It is evident from Ezek 27:8-11, that its inhabitants were skillful sailors and brave warriors. They sent out colonies to Aradus south of Carmel, the island of Aradus near Crete, and the islands in the Persian Gulf. The present name of this island is Road. The Aradians inhabited the mainland opposite the island, as well as the island itself. Artaxerxes Achus reigned BC 359-338. Paran thus was a Samian colony on the Propontis. For the siege by Philip, see Diodorus, 16. 74-76. Impartial historians deny that Philip's murderers were bribed, they committed the murder from private resentment. Achus was poisoned about BC 338, by the eunuch Bagoas, who placed upon the throne Arses, one of the king's sons, killing all the rest. Cf. Alien, Varia Historia, 6. 8. 2 years afterwards, Bagoas put Arses and all his children to death, thus leaving no direct heir of the regal family alive. He then placed upon the throne one of his adherents, named Darius Codomanus, a descendant of one of the brothers of Artaxerxes Neman. Bagoas soon afterwards tried to poison this Darius. But the latter, discovering his treachery, forced him to drink the deadly draught himself. Diad, 17. 5, Justin, X. 3. From Arrian, 3. 19, we learn that Bistanes, a son of Achus, was alive after the Battle of Arbela. Aeschines, in his speech against Ctesiphon, page 634, asserts that Darius sent 300 talents to Athens, that the Athenians refused them, and that Demosthenes took them, reserving 70 talents for his own private use. Dionysius repeats this statement in his speech against Demosthenes. Pages 9-14. If Demosthenes had really acted thus, it is strange Alexander knew nothing about it. This statement of Arrian is confirmed by Curtius, 3. 34, who says that Parmenio captured the treasure, not in the city, but from fugitives who were conveying it away. In giving the names of the captured Grecian envoys, Curtius, 3. 35, seems to have confounded this with a future occasion, mentioned in Arrian, 3. 24. The great Iphicrates had been adopted by Alexander's grandfather, as is stated in a note on Book I, Chap. Bibulus is said by Strabo, 16. 2, to have been situated on a height not far from the sea. It was reported to be the oldest city in the world. It possessed a considerable extent of territory, including Berytus, and was an independent state for a long period, the last king being deposed by Pompey. On a Bibulus coin of Alexander's time appears the name Enel, which is the king Enalus mentioned by Arrian, 2. 20. Bibulus was the chief seat of the worship of Adonis, or Tammuz, who was supposed to have been born there. In the Bible it appears under its Hebrew name Jebel, mountain district. The inhabitants of Jebel are said in Ezek 27:9 to have been skilled in building ships. In Josh, 13. 5. The northern boundary of the Holy Land is said to reach as far as the land of the Giblite, or inhabitant of Jebel. In 1 Kings v. 18 the word translated in our Bible stone squarers ought to be rendered Giblites. The Arabs still call the place Jebel. C.F. Milton, Paradise Lost, 8. 18. Sidon, or in Hebrew Sidon, fortress, is called in Gen. X. 15:19 the firstborn son of Canaan, i.e. it was the first city founded by the Canaanites or Phoenicians. It lay about 20 miles south of Tyre, on a small promontory 2 miles south of the river Bostramus. We read in Homer that it was famous for its embroidered robes and metal utensils, and from other ancient writers we find that it manufactured glass and linen and also prepared dyes. Before the time of David it fell under the rule of Tyre. But when Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, invaded Phoenicia, it revolted from Tyre and submitted to the invader. It was governed by its own kings under the Babylonian and Persian empires. And under the latter power it reached its highest prosperity, surpassing Tyre in wealth and importance. In the expedition of Xerxes against Greece, the Sidonians furnished the best ships in the whole fleet, and their king obtained the highest place under Xerxes in the council. But they revolted against Achuz, king of Persia, and being betrayed to him by their own king Tenes, they burnt their city and ships. It is said that 40,000 persons perished in the fire and by the sword, BC 351. Diodorus, 16. 43-45. No doubt this barbarous treatment of Achuz induced the Sidonians to take the side of Alexander. The city was already built and again flourishing when that king appeared on the scene. Near the site of the ancient city is the present town of Sida, with a population of about 5,000. Cf. Homer, Iliad, 6. 289, 23. 741, Lucan, 3. 217. At Sidon, Alexander deposed the reigning king Strato, a friend of the Persians. And a poor man, named Abdalonomus, distantly related to the regal family, was put into his place, Curtius, 4. 4. Diodorus, 17. 47, tells the same story, but applies it to Tyre, probably by mistake. The Hebrew name for Tyre is Tseir, rock. In Isa 23. For it is called the fortress of the sea, and in ver. 8, Tseir, the crowning one, because Tyre gave rulers to the Phoenician cities and colonies. Valuable information about the power, trade, and customs of Tyre is derived from Ezek 26-28, and we learn the fact that she employed mercenaries like her colony Carthage, Ezek 27. 10, 11. In the classical writers the name is corrupted into Tyrus, and sometimes into Sarah. Tyre was unsuccessfully besieged for 5 years by Shalmaneser. It was also besieged for 13 years by Nebuchadnezzar, and in the end an alliance was formed, by which the Tyrians retained their own king as a vassal of the king of Babylon. This arrangement was continued under the kings of Persia. Curtius, 4. 7, tells us that the envoys also brought to Alexander a golden wreath, together with abundant supplies for his army. This king must have brought home his ships for the defense of Tyre, for he was in the city when it was captured. See chapter 24. The Phoenician god Melkarth, lord of the city, whom the Syrians called Baal, lord, was supposed to be identical with the Grecian Heracles, or Hercules, who was the mythical ancestor of the Macedonian kings. Curtius, 4. 7, tells us that Alexander affirmed he had been ordered by an oracle to sacrifice in Tyre to Heracles. Gesenius informs us that a Maltese inscription identifies the Tyrian Melkarth with Heracles, who was the son of Labdacus. See Herodotus, 2. 43, 44. The district comprising all the southwest of Spain outside the Pillars of Heracles, or Straits of Gibraltar, was called Tartessus, of which the chief city was Tartessus. Here the Phoenicians planted colonies, one of which still remains under the name of Cadiz. The Romans called the district Boeotia, from the principal river, the Baetis or Guadalquivir. The Hebrew name for this region is Tarshish, of which Tartessus is the Greek form. Tarshish was the station for the Phoenician trade with the west, which extended as far as Cornwall. The Tyrians fetched from this locality silver, iron, lead, tin, and gold, Isa 23. 1, 6, 10, 66. 19, J.X. 9, Ezek 27. 12, 38. 13. Martial, Seneca, and Avienus, the first two of whom were Spaniards, understood Tartessus to stand for the southwest of Spain and Portugal. The word Tarshish probably means sea-coast, from the Sanskrit Tariska, the sea. Ovid, Met, 14. 416. Martial, 8. 28, Silius, 13. 673. Of Miletus. Herodotus knew his writings well, but they have not come down to us. See Herod. 2, 143, v. 36 and 125. The Iberians were originally called Tibarines, or Tibari. They dwelt on the east of the Black Sea, and west of Chalcis, whence they emigrated to Spain. This nation is called Tubal in the Hebrew Bible, in Isa 66. 19. The Iberians of Western Europe are referred to. An island near Cadiz, now called Leon. Cf. Hesiod, Theogonia, 287-294, Herodotus, 4. 8. Now called Arta. Arrian omits to mention that the Tyrians pointed out to him that his wish to sacrifice to Hercules might be gratified without entering their city, since at Palatyrus, on the mainland, separated from Tyre only by a narrow strait, was a temple of that deity more ancient than that in Tyre. See Curtius, 4. 7, Justin, 11. 10. We learn from Arrian, I. 18, that when Alexander offered sacrifice to the Ephesian Diana he marched to the temple with his whole army in battle array. No doubt it was this kind of thing the Tyrians objected to. Alexander actually did the same at Tyre after its capture. See chapter 24. For this use of nu pi nu iota omicron nu, cf. Homer, Iliad, 2. 56, Aristophanes, Wasps, 12-18. Cf. Arrian, I. 11 and 25 supra. The island was about half a mile from the mainland, and about a mile in length. We learn from Diodorus, 17. 40, that the breadth of this mole was about 200 feet. Curtius, 4. 10, says that the timber was procured from Lebanon, and the stones from old Tyre on the mainland. Cf. Polyaenus, 4. 3. Cf. Caesar, Bell. Gaul, 7. 24, Reliquasque res, cabus ignis exitari potest, fundament. Kruger has unnecessarily altered pi tau alpha tau into pi alpha tau nu, i.e. pi rho alpha nu. Curtius, 4. 12, says that the stern was loaded with stones and sand. Diodorus, 17. 42, and Curtius, 4. 12, say that a great tempest helped to demolish the palisade. We learn from Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 9. 14, on the authority of Menander, that when Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, for centuries before Alexander's time, besieged Tyre, the other Phoenicians supplied him with ships in like manner. This was a state vessel, or guard ship, similar to the Perillus and Salaminia at Athens. See Alciphron, B.K. I. Epistle 11, with Burglar's note. See Arrian, 2. 2 supra. Curtius, 4. 11, says that about 30 of the Macedonians collecting timber in Lebanon were killed by a party of wild Arabs, and that a few were also captured by them. Lebanon is a Hebrew word meaning white, like Alpes. It was so called on account of its white cliffs, just as Britain is called by Aristotle, Albion, the Celtic for white. Plutarch, Life of Alexander, 24, gives us, on the authority of Chairs, some details of daring valor on the part of Alexander in this expedition. Cleander was put to death by Alexander for oppression in exercising his duties as governor of Media. See Arrian, 6. 27 infra. In regard to this maneuver, see Herodotus, 6. 12, Thucydides, I. 49, with Arnold's note. Sigma upsilon mu pi epsilon pi eta gamma mu nu alpha iota, in the best authors pi eta gamma alpha is used as the perf. Pass. Of pi gamma nu upsilon mu iota, Liddell and Scott. CFV, 12, 4, 24, 4, infra. Cf. Plautus, Mercator, 4. 2, 5, Hortator Remigum. Alma thus was a town on the south coast of Cyprus. It is now called Limassol. Cf. Herodotus, v. 104-115, Tacitus, n. 3. 62, Virgil, Aeneid, x. 51. Curium was also a town on the south coast of Cyprus. Diodorus, 17. 45, says, that after Admetus was killed, Alexander recalled his men from the assault that night, but renewed it next day. Agenor, the father of Cadmus, was the reputed founder of Tyre and Sidon. See Curtius, 4. 19. The Tyrians had been encouraged in their resistance by the promise of aid from their colony Carthage. But the Carthaginians excused themselves on the ground of their own difficulties in contending with the Greeks. The Tyrians however dispatched their women, children, and old men to Carthage for safety. See Diodorus, 17. 40, 41, Curtius, 4. 8 and 15. We learn from Diod, XX. 14, that the Carthaginians were in the habit of sending to the Tyrian Hercules the tenth of their revenues. Diodorus, 17. 46, and Curtius, 4. 19, state that 2,000 Tyrians who had escaped the massacre were hanged on the seashore by Alexander's order. The end of July and beginning of August BC 332. Diodorus, 17. 46, tells us that the siege lasted 7 months. See also Curtius, 4. 20, and Plutarch, Life of Alexander, 24. We find from Strabo, 16. 2, that Tyre again became a flourishing city. About 2,440,000 pounds. Diodorus, 17. 54, puts the arrival of this embassy after Alexander's conquest of Egypt. Curtius, 4. 21, says that the name of the daughter whom Darius offered to Alexander was Stateira. The term Palestine is derived from Pelasheth, the name given in Hebrew to the coast district in the southwest of Palestine, the inhabitants of which were called Pelishtim, or Philistines. As this tract of country lay directly between Phoenicia and Egypt, it became known to the Greeks sooner than the rest of the Holy Land, and they called it Syria Palestin. The name was gradually extended until it became the usual one for all the Holy Land among Greek and Latin writers. An interesting account of Alexander's visit to Jerusalem and his dealings with the Jews is found in Josephus, Antiquities, 11. 8. Nearly 2 miles and a half. Strabo, 16. 2, says that the city was only 7 stades from the sea. Gaza is the Greek form of the Hebrew name Azza, fortress. Its position on the border of Egypt and Palestine has given it importance from the earliest times. It was one of the 5 cities of the Philistines, and retained its own king till a late period, as we learn from Zechariah 9. 5. It was the scene of a battle between Richard I and the Saracens. It is now called Gaza, with a population of 15,000. Compare Arrian, I. 11 and 25, 2. 18, Plutarch, Alex, 25, says that the bird was entangled and caught among the nets and cords. See also Curtius, 4. 26. A stadium equaled 606 3/4 feet. Cf. Thucydides, 2. 76, description of the siege of Plataea. Diodorus, 17. 48, says that the siege of Gaza lasted 2 months. Polybius, 16. 40, speaks of the resolution and valor of the Gazians. We learn from Curtius, 4. 28, and from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, De Composition Verborum, pages 123 to 125, that Alexander treated the brave Battus with horrible cruelty. He ordered his feet to be bored and brazen rings to be put through them, after which the naked body was tied to the back of a chariot which was driven by Alexander himself round the city, in imitation of the treatment of Hector by Achilles at Troy. Cf. Arrian, 7. 14, Dionysius quotes from Hegesias of Magnesia, who wrote a history of Alexander, not now extant. Curtius says that nearly 10,000 of the Persians and Arabs were slain at Gaza. Strabo, 16. 2, says that in his time, i.e. in the reign of Augustus, the city still remained desolate, as it was left by Alexander. Pelusium is identical with the Hebrew Sin, a marsh, the most easterly city of Egypt, which is called in Ezekiel XXX. 15, the strength of Egypt, because it was the key to that country from its frontier position. Cf. Herodotus, 3. 5. Strabo, 17. 1, says it was situated near marshes. It stood east of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, about 2.5 miles from the sea. This mouth of the river was choked up with sand as early as the 1st century of the Christian era, Lucan, 8. 465. Sennacherib advanced as far as this city, and here Cambyses defeated the Egyptians, BC 525. Iphicrates the Athenian advanced to Pelusium with the satrap Pharnabazus, BC 373. Cf. Virgil, Georgic, I. 228, Martial, 13. 9. Silius, 3. 375. Curtius, 4. 22, says that this fleet was under the command of Hephaestion. His predecessor, Sabaces, was slain at Issus. See Arrian, 2. 11 Supra. Curtius, 4. 29, says that Mazak surrendered to Alexander treasure to the amount of 800 talents, nearly 200,000 pounds. Memphis, the capital of Egypt, is called in the Hebrew Bible, Naph. In Hosea 9. 6 it is called Maph. The Egyptian name was Meneph, of which both Maph and Naph are contractions. The name signifies place of Ptah, the Egyptian name for Vulcan. Memphis stood on the west bank of the Nile, and is said by Herodotus, 2. 99, to have been founded by Menes. It had a circumference of 15 miles. Its numerous temples were famous and are mentioned in the poems of Martial, Ovid, and Tibullus. It never recovered the devastation committed by Cambyses, who was exasperated by its resistance. The rise of Alexandria as the capital under the Ptolemies, hastened the decline of Memphis. At Gizeh, near Memphis, are the 3 great pyramids, being of the height respectively of 460, 446, and 203 feet. Not far off are 6 smaller ones. Near the second pyramid is the Sphinx, cut out of the solid rock, which was probably an object of worship. Cf. Apollodorus, 2. 4. Heliopolis is known in Hebrew as On, which is an Egyptian word meaning Sunday. It is mentioned in Gens Lai. 45, 50. 46, 20. In Ezek XXX. 17, it is called Avon, which is the same word in Hebrew as On, with a variation of the vowels. In Ja 43. 13 it is called Beth Shemesh, which in Hebrew means house of the sun, a translation of the Egyptian name. The Greeks called it Heliopolis, city of the sun. The great temple of the sun and its priesthood are described by Herodotus and Strabo. There are still remaining a beautiful obelisk of red granite nearly 70 feet high, and the brick wall of the temple 3,750 feet long by 2,370 feet broad. Cf. Apollodorus, 2. 4. The word Nile never occurs in the Hebrew Bible. But that river is called Yir, river. In Amos 8. 8 it is called Yir Mitzrayim, the river of Egypt, but it is usually called simply Yir, the river. In Isa 23. 3 the corn of Egypt is called the harvest of Yir, or the Nile. In like manner Avon, Ganges, Rhine, mean river. The Greek name Nilus, or Nile, means a bed with a stream, and was originally applied to the land of Egypt, as the valley of the Nile. It rises in the Lake Victoria Nyanza, and has a course of 3,300 miles. In Isa 23. 3 and J2. 18 the Nile is called Shikar, turbid. In Homer, Odys, 4. 477, etc., the river is called Egypt as well as the country. Cf. Ammianus, 22. 15. The bull of Memphis, sacred to Ptah, the god of fire. See Herodotus, 3. 27, 28, Strabo, 17. 1. Ammianus, 22. 14. Ovid, Met, 9. 690. Now Abukir, about 13 miles northeast of Alexandria, near the westernmost mouth of the Nile. Cf. Aeschylus, Sup. 311, Prom. 846, Strabo, 17. 1, 17, Tacitus, N. 2. 60. Usually called Lake Mareotis, now Mariot. Cf. Virgil, Georgic, 2. 91. We learn, from Curtius, 4. 33, that Alexander at first resolved to build the city on the island of Pharos, but finding it too small, built it on the mainland. A goddess representing the moon, and wife of Osiris the sun god. Cf. Strabo, 17. 1, Plutarch, Alex, 26. Diodorus, 17. 52, Curtius, 4. 33, Ammianus, 22. 16. We find from Valerius Maximus, I. 4, and Ammianus, L.C., that his name was Dinocrates. Kruger substitutes pi epsilon nu epsilon iota for pi omicron epsilon iota, comparing 4. 1, 3, and 4, 1 infra. See Arrian, 2. 2 supra. Methymna was, next to Mytilene, the most important city in Lesbos. Chares was an Athenian who had been one of the generals at the fatal Battle of Kyrenia. Curtius, 4. 24, says that he consented to evacuate Mytilene with his force of 2,000 men on condition of a free departure. On an island in the Nile, of the same name, opposite Syene. It served as the southern frontier garrison station. The temple of Jupiter Ammon was in the oasis of Siwa, to the west of Egypt. Its ruins were discovered by Brown in 1792. This oasis is about 6 miles long and 3 broad. The people called Libyans occupied the whole of North Africa excluding Egypt. In Hebrew they are called Lubim, sunburnt. See 2 Chron. 12. 3, 16. 8, Dan 11. 43, Na. 3. 9, cf. Herodotus, 2. 32, 4. 168 to 199. King of the island Seriphus. Cf. Herodotus, 2. 91. The gigantic son of Poseidon and Gu. King of Egypt, who was said to have sacrificed all foreigners that visited the land. Perseus was the grandfather of Aelmina, the mother of Hercules. About 183 miles. This city lay at the extreme west of Egypt, in Marmarica. For some distance onward the engineers had erected a line of telegraph poles to guide us, but after they ceased the desert was absolutely trackless. Our guides were the stars. Had the night been overcast the enterprise would have been impossible, and we were steered by a naval officer, Lieutenant Rawson, who had doubtless studied on previous nights the relation of these celestial beacons to the course of our march. The center of the line was the point of direction, therefore he rode between the center battalions, 75th and 79th, of the Highland Brigade. Frequently in the course of the night, after duly ascertaining what dark figure I was addressing, I represented to him that his particular star was clouded over. But he always replied that he had another in view, a second string to his bow, which he showed me, and that he was convinced he had not deviated in the least from the proper direction. And he was right, his guidance was marvelously correct. For his reward, poor fellow, he was shot down in the assault, mortally wounded. Here we were adrift, but for the stars, in a region where no token existed on the surface by which to mark the course, any more than on the ocean without a compass, and the distance to be traversed was many miles. Sir Edward Hamley, the 2nd Division at Tel el-Kebir, 19th century, December, 1882. Strabo, 17. 1, quotes from Callisthenes, whose work on Alexander is lost. He agrees with Aristobulus about the 2 ravens. Callisthenes is also quoted by Plutarch, Alex, 27, in regard to this prodigy. Curtius, 4. 30, says that there were several ravens, and Diodorus, 17. 49, speaks of ravens. Nearly 5 miles. Cf. Lucan, 9. 511 to 543. This fountain of the sun, as it is called, is 30 paces long and 20 broad, 6 fathoms deep, with bubbles constantly rising from the surface. Cf. Herodotus, 4. 181, Lucretius, 6. 849–878, Ptolemy, 4. 5, 37. This is what we call sal ammoniac, known to chemists as hydrochlorate of ammonia. The dactylos was the smallest Greek measure of length, about 7/10 of an inch. We learn from Strabo, 17. 1, on the authority of Callisthenes, that the declaration of the oracle of Ammon was confirmed by those of Apollo at Branchidae near Miletus, and of Athena at Erythrae in Ionia. Plutarch, Alex, 28, and Arrian, 7. 29, assert that Alexander set afloat the declaration that he was the son of Zeus to overawe the foreigners over whom he was extending his rule. Ewald and others think that Hierapolis was identical with the Ramses of the Bible. Ramses, or Ramesses, is a Coptic word meaning, the son of the sun. A city founded by the Milesians on the Canopic branch of the Nile. It remained a purely Greek city, being the only place where Greeks were allowed to settle and trade in Egypt. Cf. Herodotus, 2. 97, 135, 178, 179. Cf. Tacitus, Historiae, I. 11. We learn, from Curtius, 4. 34, that Alexander went to Samaria to chastise the inhabitants, who had burnt his deputy, Andromachus, to death. From early times the Athenians kept 2 sacred vessels for state purposes, the one called the Perillus and the other Salaminia. In the earliest times the former was used for coasting purposes, and the latter for the journey to Salamis. Hence their respective names. See Dr. Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities. Aeschines, in his oration against Ctesiphon, p. 550, asserts that he was informed by the seamen of the Perillus that Demosthenes on this occasion sent a letter to Alexander soliciting pardon in favor. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, I. 25, Curtius, 4. 34. Beroia was a city of Macedonia, on the Astraeus, a tributary of the Haliacmon, about 20 miles from the sea. Other historians call this Queen Cleopatra. She was the daughter of a Macedonian named Attalus. Plutarch, Alex. 9 and 10, says that she was cruelly put to death by Olympias during Alexander's absence. Justin, 9. 7, 11. 2, states that Olympias first slew her daughter on her mother's bosom and then had Cleopatra hanged. While Alexander put to death Carinus, the infant son of Philip and Cleopatra. Pausanias, 8. 7, says that Olympias caused Cleopatra and her infant son to be roasted on a brazen vessel. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 13. 35. This king was brother of Alexander's mother Olympias, and husband of Cleopatra the daughter of Philip and Olympias. He crossed over into Italy to aid the Tarentines against the Lucanians and Bruttians, but was eventually defeated and slain near Pandosia, BC 326. June-July, BC 331. We learn, from Curtius, 4. 37, that Alexander took 11 days to march from Phoenicia to the Euphrates. Curtius, 4. 37, says that Tigris is the Persian word for arrow, and that the river was so named on account of the swiftness of its current. The Hebrew name is Chittical, which means arrow. See Gen 2. 14, and Dan X 4, where it is called the Great River. The name Tigris is derived from the Zen Tyra, which comes from the Sanskrit tig, to sharpen. It is now called Dijla. It joins the Euphrates 90 miles from the sea, and the united stream is called Shat el Arab. Its entire length is 1,146 miles. In ancient times the two rivers had distinct mouths. So the Rhone formerly had several mouths. See Livy, 21. 26. Strabo, 4. 1, 8, says that Timaeus gave it 5 mouths, Polybius gives it 2, others give 7. This eclipse occurred September 20, BC 331. The part of Assyria lying between the upper Tigris and the Lycus was called Etruria. Called Carducci by Xenophon. These mountains separate Assyria and Mesopotamia from Media and Armenia. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 38. Arachosia comprised what is now the southeast part of Afghanistan and the northeast part of Belukistan. Arya comprised the west and northwest part of Afghanistan and the east part of Khorasan. Parthia is the modern Khorasan. Hyrcania was the country south and southeast of the Caspian Sea. The Tepurians dwelt in the north of Media, on the borders of Parthia between the Caspian passes. Cf. Ammianus, 23. 6. The Cadusians lived southwest of the Caspian, the Albanians on the west of the same sea, in the southeast part of Georgia, and the Sassanians in the northeast of Armenia, on the river Kur. The Red Sea was the name originally given to the whole expanse of sea to the west of India as far as Africa. The name was subsequently given to the Arabian Gulf exclusively. In Hebrew it is called Yam Suf, Sea of Sedge, or a seaweed resembling wool. The Egyptians called it the Sea of Weeds. The Uxians occupied the northwest of Persis, and Susiana was the country to the north and west of Persis. The Sidicinians lived in the south of Assyria. Tau epsilon tau chi alpha tau omicron is the ionic form for tau epsilon tau alpha gamma mu nu omicron iota sigma alpha nu. The Greeks called this country Mesopotamia because it lies between the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. In the Bible it is called Paddan Aram, the plain of Aram, which is the Hebrew name of Syria. In Gen 48. 7 it is called merely Pad Dan, the plain. In Hos 12. 12, it is called the field of Aram, or, as our Bible has it, the country of Syria. Elsewhere in the Bible it is called Aram Naharaim, Aram of the two rivers, which the Greeks translated Mesopotamia. It is called the island by Arabian geographers. Curtius, 4. 35 and 45, states that Darius had 200,000 infantry, 45,000 cavalry, and 200 scythed chariots. Diodorus, 17. 53, says, 800,000 infantry, 200,000 cavalry, and 200 scythed chariots. Justin, 11. 12, gives 400,000 foot and 100,000 horse. And Plutarch, Alex, 31, speaks of 1,000,000 of men. For the chariot cf. Xenophon, Anab, I, 8, 10, Livy, 37. 41. This is the first instance on record of the employment of elephants in battle. This river is now called Gasser, a tributary of the great Zab. The village Gaugamela was in the district of Assyria called Etruria, about 69 miles from the city of Arbela, now called Erbil. About 7 miles. Xenophon, Anab, 3. 4, 35, explains why this was so. Sigma phi epsilon here stands for alpha tau omicron. See note to 2. 10 supra. These people were a Scythian tribe leading a nomadic life east of the Caspian. They are called Daoi by Herodotus, I, 125, Dahi by Ammianus, 22. 8, 21. Livy, 35. 48, 37. 38, Virgil, Aeneid, 8. 728, Pliny, 6. 19, Strabo, 11. 7, they are mentioned in Ezra 4. 9 as subjects of Persia. The district is now called Dake. See First's Hebrew lexicon, sub voce. A title of honor. Curtius says that they numbered 15,000. Cf. Herodotus, 7. 41. This people lived to the south of the Caspian. Several names of various contingents stated to have been present in the field are not placed in the official return, thus the Sogdiani, the Aryans, and the Indian mountaineers are mentioned by Arrian as having joined Darius, 3. 8. The Cassians by Diodorus, 17. 59, the Sogdiani, Massageti, Belidi, Cassians, Gordii, Phrygians, and Cataonians, by Curtius, 4. 12. Grote. This distinguished general succeeded Antipater as regent of Macedonia, but was overcome by Cassander, the son of the former, and became subordinate to him. There were thus 6 taxiae, or brigades of foot companions, as they were called, in the phalanx of infantry at the battle of Arbela. Arrian's description of the battle at the Granicus, I. 14, seems to be erroneous in some of the words of the text. Yet it may be gathered from it that there were also 6 taxiae in Alexander's phalanx on that occasion also. See Arrian's Tactics, 29. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 57. See Donaldson's New Cratylus, Sect. 178. Cf. Curtius, 4. 35. Equitibus equisque tegumenta errant ex various laminis siri inter se connexus. Compare the uselessness of the Persian scythed chariots at the battle of Cunaxa. See Xenophon, Anabasis, I. 8. So also at the battle of Magnesia between Scipio and Antiochus. See Livy, 37. 41. Pi epsilon phi rho iota kappa upsilon alpha, imitated from Homer, Iliad, 4. 282, cf. Virgil, Aeneid, x. 178, Horrendibus Hastes, Livy, 44. 41, Horrendus Hastes. Curtius, 4. 58, 59, and Diodorus, 17. 60, describe quite an Homeric battle, Darius hurling a spear at Alexander, and Alexander hurling his at Darius and killing his charioteer. They say that the Persians mistook the fall of the charioteer for that of the king, and fled, carrying Darius with them. Curtius, 4. 59, and Diodorus, 17. 60, say that so thick a cloud of dust was raised by the mighty mass of fugitives, that nothing could be clearly distinguished, and that thus the Macedonians lost the track of Darius. The noise of the shouting and the cracking of whips served as guides to the pursuers. Sisygambes, the mother of Darius, whom these Persians were especially anxious to liberate from the custody of the Macedonians, refused to go with them. See Diodorus and Curtius. Arrian does not say much about this vigorous charge of Mazias, the commander of the Persian right wing. See Curtius, 4. 60, Diodorus, 17. 60. We learn from Diodorus and Curtius that Parmenio had driven Mazias back before Alexander's arrival. The Lycus, now called the Great Zab, is a tributary of the Tigris. Xenophon calls it Zabatis, Anab, 2. 5. The Greek Lycus is a translation of the Syrian Zaba, wolf. About 69 miles. Cf. Strabo, 16. 1, 3. Lambda iota nu sigma alpha. This is an Ionic word used by Herodotus, 8. 71, etc., and rarely in Attic poets and later prose writers. See Arrian, 2. 11 supra. Curtius, 4. 63, says that 40,000 of the Persians were slain, and that less than 300 Macedonians were killed. Diodorus, 17. 61, states that more than 90,000 Persians and 500 Macedonians were slain. September 331 BC cf. Plutarch, Alex, 31. For this prediction, c. 3. 7 supra. As to the kinsmen and apple-bearers, c. 3. 11 supra. Diodorus, 17. 63, and Curtius, v. 6, state that from the treasure captured in Babylon, Alexander distributed to each Macedonian horseman about 24 pounds, to each of the Grecian horsemen 20 pounds, to each of the Macedonian infantry 8 pounds, and to the allied infantry 2 months' pay. Belus, or Bel, the supreme deity of the Babylonians, was identical with the Syrian Baal. The signification of the name is mighty. Cf. Herodotus, I. 181, Diodorus, 2. 9, Strabo, 16. 1. CI 17 Supra. The Chaldees appear in Hebrew under the name of Kasdim, who seem to have originally dwelt in Cardukia, the northern part of Assyria. The Assyrians transported these rude mountaineers to the plains of Babylonia, Isa 23. 13. The name of Kasdim, or Chaldees, was applied to the inhabitants of Mesopotamia, Gen 11. 28. The inhabitants of the Arabian desert in the vicinity of Edom, Job I, 17, those who dwelt near the river Chaboras, Ezek I, 3, 11. 24. And the priestly caste who had settled at a very early period in Babylon, as we are informed by Diodorus and Eusebius. Herodotus says that these priests were dedicated to Belus. It is proved by inscriptions that the ancient language was retained as a learned and religious literature. This is probably what is meant in Daniel I, for by the book and tongue of the Kasdim. Cf. Diodorus, 2. 29-31, Ptolemy, v. 20, 3. And Cicero, De Divination, I. 1. See First's Hebrew Lexicon, sub voce. In the Bible this city is called Shushan. Near it was the fortress of Shushan, called in our Bible the palace, Nei 2, Est 2. 8. Susa was situated on the Chospes, a river remarkable for the excellence of its water, a fact referred to by Tibullus, 4. 140, and by Milton, Paradise Reg. 3. 288. The name Shushan is derived from the Persian word for lily, which grew abundantly in the vicinity. The ruins of the palace mentioned in Esther I have recently been explored, and were found to consist of an immense hall, the roof of which was supported by a central group of 36 pillars arranged in the form of a square. This was flanked by 3 porticos, each containing 2 rows of 6 pillars. Cf. Strabo, 15. 7, 28. The name of the viceroy was Abulites, Curtius, v. 8. If these were Attic talents, the amount would be equivalent to 11,600,000 pounds. But if they were Babylonian or Aeginetan talents, they were equal to 19 million pounds. Cf. Plutarch, Alex, 36, 37, Justin, 11. 14, and Curtius, v. 8. Diodorus, 17. 66, tells us that 40,000 talents were of uncoined gold and silver, and 9,000 talents of gold bearing the effigy of Darius. Cf. Arrian, 7. 19, Pausanias, I. 8, 5, Pliny, Nat. History, 34. 9, Valerius Maximus, 2. 10, 1. For Harmodius and Aristogiton see Thucydides, 6. 56-58. Polis meant in early times a particular part of Athens, viz. the citadel, usually called the Acropolis. Cf. Aristophanes, Lysistrata, 245 et Passim. Demeter and Persephone. About 730,000 pounds. Antipater had been left by Alexander regent of Macedonia. Agis III, king of Sparta, refused to acknowledge Alexander's hegemony, and after a hard struggle was defeated and slain by Antipater at Megalopolis, BC 330. See Diodorus, 17. 63, Curtius, 6. 1 and 2. According to Curtius, v. 6, these forces amounted to nearly 15,000 men. Amyntas also brought with him 50 sons of the chief men in Macedonia, who wished to serve as royal pages. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 64. A river flowing through Susiana, formed by the junction of the Iulius and Coprates. Cf. Strabo, 15. 3. Pi lambda epsilon omicron nu epsilon kappa tau omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota, with dative, defrauded of. Cf. Demosthenes, 1035, 26. Gamma rho alpha. An Homeric expression. Named Sisygambes, Curtius, v. 11. This was the Araxes. See Strabo, 15. 3. Notice the use of the adverb pyronu with the genitive, instead of the preposition pyro. Cf. Pindar, Pythia, 4. 76, pyronu rho alpha. Curtius, v. 16, says that Ariobarzanes after a bloody contest got away through the Macedonian lines, with about 40 horsemen and 5,000 foot, and made for Persepolis. Being shut out of that fortress, he was overtaken and slain with all his companions. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 68. Diodorus, 17. 69, and Justin, 11. 14, state that on approaching Persepolis, Alexander met 800 Grecian captives, mutilated by loss of arms, legs, eyes, ears, or other members. Curtius, v. 17-19, says there were 4,000 of them. Alexander offered to send these men home, with means of future support, but they preferred to remain in Persis. The king gave them money, clothing, cattle, and land. Diodorus, 17. 71, and Curtius, v. 20, both state that the amount of treasure captured at Persepolis was 120,000 talents, or 27,600,000 pounds. In his own letter Alexander stated that there was sufficient treasure and valuable property to load 10,000 mule carts and 5,000 camels, Plutarch, Alex, 37. Curtius tells us that 6,000 talents were captured at Pasargadae. Pasargadae was the old capital of Persia, founded by Cyrus, but its place was afterwards taken by Persepolis. Diodorus, 17. 70, 71, and Curtius, v. 20-22, say that Alexander delivered Persepolis to his soldiers to pillage, and that he ordered a general massacre of the inhabitants. These authors agree with Plutarch, Alex. 38, in asserting that in a drunken revel he was instigated by the courtesan Thais to set fire to the palace, and accompanied her to commence the act of destruction. See Dryden's famous ode. But Arrian's account establishes the fact that the fire was the result of a deliberate plan. As regards the massacre, Plutarch, 37, expressly states that Alexander wrote home that he ordered it from motives of policy. This was the principal pass through the Elburz mountains from Media into Hyrcania and Parthia. This was the capital of Media, called in Chaldaic Metha, Ezra 6. 2. The present city of Hamadan is on the same site. It is situated at the foot of Mount Orontes, and was used by the Persian and Parthian kings as their summer residence. It was surrounded by 7 walls, each overtopping the one before it, from the outer to the inner, crowned with battlements of different colors. Its citadel was used as a royal treasury. Below it stood a splendid palace, with silver tiles, and adorned with wainscotings, capitals, and entablatures of gold and silver. These treasures, to the value of 4,000 talents, were coined into money by Antiochus the Great of Syria. See Herodotus, I. 98, Polybius, X. 27. This tribe lived in the mountains between Media and Persia. 1,700,000 pounds. Curtius, v. 23, says that 6,000 Grecian mercenaries under Plato the Athenian met Alexander in Media, having marched up from Cilicia. Diodorus, 17. 80, says that the amount of treasure deposited at Ecbatana was 180,000 talents or 41,400,000 pounds. A large city in the extreme north of Media, mentioned in the Book of Tobit. It was famous in the Middle Ages under the name of Rai. The ruins of Rai lie southeast of Tehran. Sigma tau epsilon generally means until. In its present use cf 2. 11 supra, sigma tau epsilon mu nu phi omicron nu. The Drangians lived in a part of Ariana west of Arachosia. Justin, 11. 15, and Curtius, v. 34, state that Darius was bound in chains of gold. The former says that the name of the place was Thera in Parthia, where the king was arrested. Probably these chains were those worn by the king or his nobles, according to the Persian custom. This is the only sentence in Arrian where pi-epsilon rho suffers anastrophe, coming after the noun. Plutarch, Alex, 42, says that Alexander rode 3,300 stades, or about 400 miles, in 11 days. In the next chapter he says that only 60 of his men were able to keep up with him in the pursuit. Curtius, v. 24-38, gives very ample details of what occurred during the last days of Darius. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 73, Justin, 11. 15. The Persian kings were buried at Persepolis. See Diodorus, 17. 71, Plutarch, Alex, 43, says that Alexander sent the corpse of Darius to his mother. In the year BC 330, the first of Hecatombean fell on the 1st of July. Darius came to the throne BC 336. In 2 Kings 11. 4:19 the word translated captains in our Bible is Karim, the Carians. These men formed the bodyguard of the usurper Athaliah, who stood in need of foreign mercenaries. David had a bodyguard of Philistines and Cretans. The Carians served as mercenaries throughout the ancient world, as we learn from Thucydides, I. 8, Herodotus, I. 171, 2. 152, v. 111, Strabo, 14. 2. The Lydians appear in the Bible under the name of Lud, Isa. 66. 19, Herodotus, I. 94, gives an account of the colonization of Umbria by the Lydians, from which sprung the state of the Etruscans. Hence Virgil, Aeneid, 2. 782, speaks of the Lydius Tibris. See also Aeneid, 8. 479, Horace, Satires, I. 6, 1, Tacitus, Annals, 4. 55, Dionysius, Archaeologia Romana, I. 28. He married Barsine, eldest daughter of Darius, Arrian, 7. 4 Infra. She was also called Arsino and Statira. According to Curtius, 6. 6-10, the soldiers were very desirous of returning home, but Alexander made an harangue and induced them to advance into Hyrcania. The modern Balk. The Caspian. Diodorus, 17. 75, calls this river Styboidis, Curtius, 6. 10, calls it Zyabedis. Kruger has nu tau alpha theta alpha instead of tau omicron tau. Curtius, 6. 14, says Artabazus had 9 sons, one of whom, Pharnabazus, was the admiral of the Persian fleet. See Arrian, 2. 1, 2. 2, 3. 2 Supra. Cf. Curtius, 6. 16. Sinope was a prosperous colony of Miletus on the Euxine. It is still called Sinope. It was the birthplace of Diogenes. Chalcedon was a colony of Megara, situated on the Propontis at the entrance of the Bosporus, nearly opposite Byzantium. Aria occupied what is now the east part of Khorasan, and the west and northwest of Afghanistan. Susia is the modern Tus. Compare the words of Tissaphernes to Clearchus, Xenophon, Anabasis, 2. 5. Though the king is the only man who can wear the tiara erect upon his head, I shall be able to wear mine erect upon my heart in full confidence, when you are in my service. Cf. Curtius, 3. 8. Aristophanes, Birds, 487. The cap of the ordinary Persians was low, loose, and clinging about the head in folds, whereas that of the king was high and erect above the head. From Xenophon, Cyropedia, 8. 3:13, we learn that the Persian king's vest was of a purple color, half mixed with white, and that no one else was allowed to wear this mixture of white. He had loose trousers of a scarlet color, and a robe entirely purple. Cf. also Strabo, 15. 3, where the tiara is said to be in the shape of a tower, and Seneca, De Beneficiis, 6. 31, Ammianus, 18. 8:5. See Xenophon, Anab, I. 2, 27, Cyropedia, 8. 3, Curtius, 3. 8. These people are also called Drangians. They lived west of Arachosia in Drangiana. According to Plutarch, Alex, 48, 49, Alexander suborned Antigone, the mistress of Philotas, to reveal his secret conversation. Cf. Curtius, 6. 32. The word pi-iotomuateneupsilantau is found nowhere else in any Greek author. Full details of the conspiracy and trial of Philotas are given by Curtius, 6. 25-44. Arrian says nothing about Philotas being put to the torture. But this fact is asserted with ample details by Plutarch, Alex, 49, Diodorus, 17. 80, Curtius, 6. 42, 43, and Justin, 12. 5. Full particulars of the murder of Parmenio are given by Curtius, 7. 7-9. For the trial of Amyntas, cf. Curtius, 7. 2-6. Alexander also formed a separate cohort of the men who were pronounced sympathizers with Parmenio, and this cohort afterwards greatly distinguished itself. See Diodorus, 17. 80, Curtius, 7. 10, Justin, 12. 5. The Ariaspians inhabited the south part of Drangiana on the borders of Gedrosia. The river Etamander, now known as the Hillmend, flowed through their territories. Cf. Curtius, 7. 11, Diodorus, 17. 81. Gedrosia was the furthest province of the Persian Empire on the southeast. It comprised the southeast part of Beluchistan. This was not the range usually so called, but what was known as the Indian Caucasus, the proper name being Peloponnesus. It is now called Hindu Kush. This city was probably on the site of Bagram, 25 miles northeast of Kabul. See Grote's Greece, Volume 12. Ch. 94. There are two kinds of silphium or lazarpicium, the Cyrenaic, and the Persian. The latter is usually called asafoetida. See Herodotus, 4. 169, Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 19. 15, 23. 48, Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 37, Aristophanes, Plutus, 925, Plautus, Rudd, 3. 2, 16, Catullus, 7. Lazurpatiferus Cyrenus. Cyrene was a colony founded by Battus from Thera, an island colonized by the Spartans. The territory of Cyrenaica is now a part of Tripoli. Cf. Pindar, Pyth. 4. 457, Herodotus, 4. 159-205. This Tanais was usually called Jaxartes, now Sur, flowing into the Sea of Aral. The Oxus, now called Jihoun or Amo, flows into the Sea of Aral, but formerly flowed into the Caspian. Some think this town stood where Naksha now is, and others think it was at Kesh. Cf. Xenophon, Anab, I, 5, 10. Curtius, 7. 24, follows the account of Aristobulus, and so does Diodorus, 17. 83, in the main. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 37. The modern Samarkand. Arrian and Strabo are wrong in stating that the Jaxartes rises in the Caucasus, or Hindu Kush. It springs from the Kumde Montes, now called Masur. It does not flow into the Hyrcanian or Caspian Sea, but into the Sea of Aral. It is about 900 miles long. The river Tanais, of which Herodotus speaks, 4. 45, 57, is the Don, and the lake Maeotis, is the Sea of Azov. Cf. Strabo, 7. Cc. 3 and 4. Euxinos, kind to strangers, called before the Greeks settled upon it Axnos, inhospitable. See Ovid, Tristia, 4. 4, cf. Ammianus, 22. 8, 33, a contrario per cavalationem pontus Euxinus et Pelator, e iothen Greci dissimus stultum, in noctem euphronen et furias Eumenidas. So Curtius, 6. 6. Makes the Don the boundary of Europe and Asia. Tanes Europam et Asia medius interfut. Ammianus says, Tanes inter Caucasias Oriens rupes, per sinuosos labator circumflexus, Asianc desterminans ab Europa, in stagnus meioticis delatessit. The Rha, or Volga, is first mentioned by Ptolemy in the 2nd century of the Christian era. Gadira is now called Cadiz. The Greeks called the continent of Africa by the name of Libya. So Polybius, 3:37, says that the Don is the boundary of Europe, and that Libya is separated from Asia and Europe respectively by the Nile and the Straits of Gibraltar, or, as he calls the latter, the mouth at the Pillars of Hercules. Arrian here, like many ancient authors, considers Libya a part of Asia. Cf. Juvenal, X.I. Curtius, 7:23, gives an account of the massacre by Alexander of the descendants of the Branchidae, who had surrendered to Xerxes the treasures of the temple of Apollo near Miletus, and who, to escape the vengeance of the Greeks, had accompanied Xerxes into the interior. They had been settled in Sogdiana, and their descendants had preserved themselves distinct from the barbarians for 150 years, till the arrival of Alexander. We learn from the table of contents of the 17th book of Diodorus, that historian also gave an account of this atrocity of Alexander in the part of his history, now lost, which came after the 83rd chapter. Cf. Herodotus, I. 92, 157, v. 36. Strabo, 11. 14. 1. See Homer's Iliad, 13. 6. Cf. Curtius, 7. 26, Ammianus, 23. 6. Cf. Thucydides, 2. 97. Curtius, 7. 26, says, he sent one of his friends named Berdes on this mission. This was called Alexandria Ultima, on the Jaxartes, probably the modern Cogent. Cf. Curtius, 7. 26, Zariaspa was another name for Bactra. See Pliny, 6. 18, and Strabo, 11. 11. This city was also called Cyreskita, because it was the furthest city founded by Cyrus, and the extreme city of the Persian Empire. Delta Upsilon Sigma was not used in Attic Greek, or but seldom. It became common after the time of Alexander. Instead of Muro mu iota, Syntenus reads Muro alpha nu alpha nu. This city was called by the Greeks, Alexandria on the Tanais. See Curtius, 7. 28. Cf. Livy, 21. 27, Hispani sine ola mole in uters vestimentis conjectus ipsi catris superpositis incubantis flumen tranavir. See Herodotus, 4. 122 to 142. This was Maracanda, according to 3. 30 Supra. There is an error in the text. Abict proposes to read pi tau rho iota alpha, instead of tau beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota alpha. This river is now called Sogd, or Kohik. The Greek name signifies, very precious, a translation of the native name. Cf. Strabo, page 518. Curtius, 7. 32, says that Spitamenes laid an ambush for the Macedonians, and slew 300 cavalry and 2,000 infantry. About 170 miles. Curtius, 7. 40, says that Alexander founded 6 cities in Bactria and Sogdiana. Justin, 12. 5, says there were 12. This is a mistake, for it ends in a lake Dengais near Karakol. The Arius is now called Herirud. The Etymander is the modern Hillmend. Nothing is known of the Apartus. The Peneus is now called Salambria. It forces its way through the Vale of Tempe, between Mounts Olympus and Ossa, into the sea. Cf. Ovid, Met, I, 568-576. On the analogy of Pyro Nu, the later prose writers use sigma tau epsilon with the infinitive. Cf. Arrian, 2. 1, 3, v. 16, 1. C. Bank 3. Ch. 29 Supra. C. Bank 3. Ch. 19 Supra. C. Bank 3. Ch. 16 Supra. Curtius, 7. 40, says that the reinforcement was 19,000 men. Cf. Plutarch, Alex, 43, Diodorus, 17. 83. I.e. non-Hellenic. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 77, Justin, 12. 3. We learn from Plutarch, Alex, 45, that he did not assume the tiara of the Persian kings. Cf. Arrian, 7. 9, 7. 29 Infra. The medic robe was a long silken garment reaching to the feet, and falling round the body in many deep folds. Carinus, a descendant of Temenus, king of Argos, is said to have settled in Macedonia, and to have become the founder of the dynasty of Macedonian kings. Temenus was a descendant of Heracles. Cf. 2. 5, 4. 10. One of the chief causes of disgust which the Greeks felt at the conduct of Pausanias, the conqueror at Plataea, was, that he adopted the Persian attire. This pedigree from Temenus and Hercules may be suspicious. Yet it was allowed, after a strict inquiry by the judges of the Olympic Games, Herodotus, v. 22, at a time when the Macedonian kings were obscure and unpopular in Greece. When the Achaean League declared against Philip, it was thought decent that the deputies of Argos should retire, live, 32. 22. Gibbon. Cf. Herodotus, 8. 137, Thucydides, 2. 99, 100, v. 80. Cf. Curtius, 8. 6. The sons of Jove, Castor and Pollux. Pi iota phi rho alpha sigma theta nu tau alpha is a word borrowed from Homer and Herodotus. Cf. Curtius, 8. 17. Non dirat talia concupiscendi perniciosa agilatio perpetuum malum regum, quorum obsepius assentatio quam hostis evertit. Curtius, 8. 3 and 4, says that it was Alexander himself that spoke depreciatingly of Philip, and that Clitus even dared to defend the murdered Parmenio. Instead of the usual reading from kappa alpha tau to kappa alpha tau eta nu, Syntenus reads omicron delta sigma rho iota sigma alpha nu pi alpha rho tau nu phi upsilon lambda kappa omega nu tau iota nu kappa alpha tau pi alpha sigma alpha nu tau nu kappa lambda epsilon tau omicron nu pi omicron kappa tau epsilon nu alpha iota. Cf. Curtius, 8. 3 and 6, who calls the sister of Clitus, Hellenis. From Plutarch, Alex. 13, we learn that Alexander imagined he had incurred the avenging wrath of Bacchus by destroying Thebes, the birthplace of that deity, on which account it was supposed to be under his tutelary care. Curtius, 8. 6, says, that in order to console the king, the Macedonian army passed a vote that Clitus had been justly slain, and that his corpse should not be buried. But the king ordered its burial. A philosopher of Abdera, and pupil of Democritus. After Alexander's death, Anaxarchus was thrown by shipwreck into the hands of Nicocreon, king of Cyprus, to whom he had given offense, and who had him pounded to death in a mortar. Cf. Sophocles, Oedipus Colonel, 1382, Antigone, 451. Hesiod, Opera et Dies, 254-257, Pindar, Olympia, 8. 28, Demosthenes, Advers. Aristogiton, page 772, Herodotus, 3. 31. Plutarch, Alex. 52, tells us that Callisthenes the philosopher was also summoned with Anaxarchus to administer consolation, but he adopted such a different tone that Alexander was displeased with him. Curtius, 8. 17, says that Agis was the composer of very poor poems. Justin, 12. 6, says that Callisthenes was a fellow student with Alexander under Aristotle. He composed 3 historical works, I, Hellenica, from BC 387 to 337, 2. The History of the Sacred War, from BC 357 to 346, 3. The History of Alexander. Cf. Diodorus, 14. 117, according to Polybius, 12. 23, he was accused by Timaeus of having flattered Alexander in his history. Hipparchus was slain BC 514, and Hippias was expelled from Athens BC 510. See Thucydides, 6. 53-59. Eurystheus was king over Argos and Mycenae alone. When Conon the famous Athenian visited Babylon, he would not see Artaxerxes, from repugnance to the ceremony of prostration, which was required from all who approached the great king. We are also informed by Plutarch, Artaxerxes, 22, that Pelopidas declined to perform this ceremony, so degrading in the eyes of the Greeks. His colleague, Ismenias, however, dropped his ring in front of the king, and then stooped to pick it up, thus going through the act of prostration. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, I. 21. Xenophon said to his soldiers, Omicron delta nu alpha gamma rho nu theta rho omega pi omicron nu delta epsilon sigma pi tau eta nu lambda tau omicron theta epsilon omicron pi rho omicron sigma kappa upsilon nu epsilon tau epsilon. Anab, 3. 13. Curtius, 8. 18, says that the speech proposing to honor Alexander as a god was made by Cleon, a Sicilian Greek. Chi theta omicron mu nu omicron upsilon. The usual reading is mu alpha chi omicron mu nu omicron upsilon. Cf. Xenophon, Sirop, 4, 27, lambda gamma epsilon tau alpha iota tau omicron sigma upsilon gamma gamma epsilon nu epsilon phi iota lambda omicron nu tau alpha pi omicron pi mu pi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota alpha tau nu mu pi epsilon rho sigma iota kappa. Pi rho sigma kappa epsilon iota nu tau alpha iota. Cf. Herodotus, I. 118, tau omicron sigma iota theta epsilon nu tau iota mu alpha tau eta pi rho omicron sigma kappa epsilon tau alpha iota. Alexander's mother Olympias was daughter of Neoptolemus, king of Epirus, who traced his descent from Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, the grandson of Aeacus. Omicron lambda gamma omicron iota gamma gamma nu omicron nu tau alpha iota. There is another reading, lambda gamma omicron iota gamma gamma nu omega nu tau alpha iota. Cf. Herodotus, I. 214, with Dean Blakesley's note. Curtius, 8. 20, says, that it was Polysperchon who made sport of the Persian, and incurred the king's wrath. Ammianus, 18. 3, says, ignorans perfecto vetus Aristotelis sapiens dictum, cacalistinum sectatorum et propinquam sum ad regem Alexander mittens, ei sep mandabat, ut quam reris meti jucundapud hominem loqueriter. Vitae potestatum et nisus in ac lingui portentem. Cf. Curtius, 8. 21, Aelian, Varia Historia, 14. 49. After the Battle of Pydna, where the Romans conquered the Macedonians, the Pueri Regii followed the defeated King Perseus to the sanctuary at Samothrace, and never quitted him till he surrendered to the Romans. See Livy, XLV. 6. For this use of delta iota alpha pi pi tau epsilon iota nu, cf. Aristophanes, Knights, 695, Polybius, v. 26, 16, delta iota alpha pi epsilon sigma omicron sigma eta alpha tau tau pi iota beta omicron upsilon lambda. Alexander wrote to Craterus, Attalus, and Alcidas, that the pages, though put to the torture, asserted that no one but themselves was privy to the conspiracy. In another letter, written to Antipater the regent of Macedonia, he says that the pages had been stoned to death by the Macedonians, but that he himself would punish the sophist, and those who sent him out, and those who harbored in their cities conspirators against him. Aristotle had sent Callisthenes out. Alexander refers to him and the Athenians. See Plutarch, Alex, 55. Cf. Arrian, 7. 29. Curtius, 8. 29, says that Alexander afterwards repented of his guilt in murdering the philosopher. His tragical death excited great indignation among the ancient philosophers. See Seneca, Naturals Questions, 6. 23, Cicero, Tusk. Disput, 3. 10. Speaking of Theophrastus, the friend of Callisthenes. We find from chapter 22 that these events occurred at Bactra. The Chorasmians were a people who inhabited the country near the lower part of the river Oxus, between the Caspian and Aral seas. This mythical race of warlike females is said to have come from the Caucasus and to have settled near the modern Trebizond, their original abode being in Chalkis. Cf. Arrian, 7. 13, Strabo, 11. 5, Diet. 17, 77, Kurt. 6, 19, Justin, 12. 3, Homer, Iliad, 3. 189, Aeschylus, Eumenides, 655, Herod. 4, 110 to 116, 9. 27. C3. 29 Supra. Propontis means the sea before the Pontus. Compare Ovid, Tristia, I, 10, 31, quaque tenent Ponti Byzantia littora fauces. We learn, from Curtius, 8. 3, that it was at this place that Clitus was murdered. These were a people dwelling to the northeast of the Caspian, who were chiefly remarkable for having defeated and killed Cyrus the Great. See Herodotus, I. 201 to 216. There were two other generals named Pethan, one the son of Agenor, and the other the son of Cratias. See Arrian, 6. 15, 28, etc. Curtius, 8. 1, says that the name of the defeated general was Adnas. Artabazus was in his 95th year when he joined Alexander with the Grecian troops of Darius in BC 330. See Curtius, 6. 14, his viceroyalty was destined for Clitus, but on the death of that general it was conferred on Amyntas. See Curtius, 8. 3. Curtius, 8. 11 and 12, says that the wife of Spitamenes murdered him and carried his head to Alexander. The Hebrew name for Media is Madai, which means middle land. The Greeks called the country Media, according to Polybius, v. 44, because it lies near the middle of Asia. Of the year 327 BC. Rho alpha, akin to Latin cura, a poetical and Ionic word, often found in Herodotus. About 2,700 pounds. About 327 pounds. Curtius, 7. 41, says that the first prize was 10 talents, the second 9 talents, and the same proportion for the 8 others, so that the 10th man who mounted received 1 talent. The stater of Darius, usually called a Daricus, was a gold coin of Persia. See Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities. Cf. Curtius, 7. 43, Vela, Signum Capti Verticis. Roxana and her son Alexander Aegas were put to death by Cassander, BC 311. Statira. She died shortly before the Battle of Arbela. Kappa alpha rho tau epsilon rho alpha tau omicron. Cf. Theocritus, 15. 94, mu kappa alpha rho tau epsilon rho. After the capture of Damascus, Alexander married Barsine, the widow of his rival Memnon, and daughter of Artabazus. She was distinguished for her beauty and accomplishments, having received a Grecian education. By her he had a son named Heracles. See Plutarch, Alex, 21. She and her son were put to death by Polysperchon, BC 309. Cf. Herodotus, I. 131, Curtius, 4. 42, the Persians called this god Ormuzd. Curtius, 8. 16, says that Alexander saw Roxana at a banquet given by Oxyartes in his honor. Kruger substituted pi epsilon rho iota epsilon rho gamma epsilon for pi epsilon rho iota rho gamma epsilon iota. Beta alpha tau. Cf. Xenophon, Anab, 4. 6, 17. Arrian imitates Herodotus in the use of with the infinitive instead of sigma tau epsilon. This term is a Persian word meaning mountaineers. The tribe mentioned here lived between the rivers Oxus and Jaxartes, on the borders of Bactria and Sogdiana. Curtius, 8. 17, says Alexander took with him 30,000 select troops from all the conquered provinces, and that the army which he led against the Indians numbered 120,000 men. This is the Indian Caucasus, or Mount Paropamisus, now called Hindu Kush. The Kaphen is now called Kabul. Nicaea was probably on the same site as the city of Kabul. Others say it is Bagram. The Greek word satraps denotes a Persian viceroy. It is a corruption of a word meaning court guardian, in the Behistun inscriptions written Kshatrapa. See Rawlinson's Herod, I. 192. Curtius, 8. 43, says that Taxiles was the title which the king of this district received. His name was Omphis. A district between the rivers Indus and Attock. Its capital, Pusela, is the modern Pekali. The brigade of Clitus still bore the name of its commander after his death. Cf. Arrian, 7. 14 Infra. These were tribes living in the northwest of the Punjab. Probably the modern Kama, a tributary of the Kabul. Supposed to be another name for the Chos. Kappa Alpha Tau Omicron Psi Iota Lambda Omicron. The usual reading is Tau Omicron Chi Iota Lambda Omicron Upsilon, 1000 Agrianians. A tributary of the Kaphen, probably what is now called the Lundi, running parallel with the Kama. Cf. Livy, 21. 31. Amnis saxa glariosa volvens, nihil stabile nec tutum ingredienti prebet. This was the capital of the Assassinians. Curtius, 8. 37, calls it Mazagi, and describes its strong position. See Bank, 2. 23 Supra. Curtius, 8. 37, 38, says that the name of the queen was Cleophas, and that after the surrender she gained Alexander's favor. He also informs us that the king died just before Alexander's arrival. Probably Bajur, northwest of Peshawar. The position of Aura cannot be fixed. This was the king of the Indian mountaineers. See Arrian, v. 8 Infra. On the ground of nu tau pi lambda epsilon iota xi upsilon mu phi upsilon gamma nu tau epsilon not being classical Greek, Kruger has substituted nu tau pi lambda epsilon iota xi upsilon mu pi epsilon phi epsilon upsilon gamma tau epsilon, and syntenus epsilon tau nu pi lambda iota nu xi upsilon mu phi upsilon gamma nu tau epsilon. No one however ought to expect Arrian to be free from error, writing, as he did, in the middle of the 2nd century of the Christian era. This seems to be the Greek translation of the native name, meaning the place to which no bird can rise on account of its height. Cf. Strabo, 15. 1. This mountain was identified by Major Abbott, in 1854, as Mount Mahaban, near the right bank of the Indus, about 60 miles above its confluence with the Kabul. Cf. Arrian, 2. 16 Supra. Curtius, 8. 39, says that the river Indus washed the base of the rock, and that its shape resembled the meta or goal in a racecourse, which was a stone shaped like a sugar loaf. Arrian's description is more likely to be correct as he took it from Ptolemy, one of Alexander's generals. Near Mount Mababan are two places called Umb and Belima, the one in the valley of the river and the other on the mountain above it. See Major Abbott's Gradus ad Aornon. Delta Alpha Mu Omega Nu, a poetical word. Cf. Homer, Odyssey, 8. 159. Probably Dirta was at the point where the Indus issues from the Hindu Kush. Gronovius first introduced Kappa Alpha before Tau Omicron Psi Iota Lambda Omicron. The name Indus is derived from the Sanskrit appellation Sindhu, from a root Sindh, meaning to flow. The name Indians, or Scindians, was originally applied only to the dwellers on the banks of this river. Hindustan is a Persian word meaning the country of the Hindus or Sindhis. Compare the modern Sindha, in the northwest of India, which contains the lower course of the Indus. In Hebrew India was called Hodu, which is a contraction of Hindu, another form of Hindu. See Esther I, 1, 8. 9. Kruger changed delta omicron pi omicron iota epsilon tau omicron into delta omicron pi omicron epsilon iota. This city was probably on the site of Jalalabad. Pi epsilon tau epsilon. This is the only place where Arrian uses this ionic form for the simple pi epsilon. The Indians worship a god Homa, the personification of the intoxicating soma juice. This deity corresponds to the Greek Dionysus or Bacchus. The slopes of this mountain were covered with vines. See Ovid, Fasti, 2. 313, Metamorphoses, 11. 86, Virgil, Georgics, 2. 98, Pliny, 14. 9. Phi alpha nu epsilon eta. Arrian does not comply with the Attic rule, that the subjunctive should follow the principal tenses in the leading sentence. CFV 6, 6, 7, 5, 7. 7, 5, 15, 2. Cf. Pliny, Nat. History, 6. 23, 8. 60, 16. 62. The ordinary reading is lambda sigma eta pi alpha nu tau omicron alpha kappa alpha delta epsilon nu sigma sigma kappa iota omicron nu. For this Kruger has proposed lambda sigma eta pi alpha nu tau omicron lambda sigma sigma kappa iota alpha. The other names of Dionysus were Bacchus, Bromius, Evius, Iacchus, Linnaeus, lions. The Romans called him Liber. Curtius, 8. 36, says that the Macedonians celebrated Bacchanalia for the space of 10 days on this mountain. The first hour. Pass. Sigma chi theta eta nu is found only in Arrian and Plutarch. Cf. 7. 22, 2 infra. The celebrated geographer and mathematician, who was born BC 276 and died about BC 196. His principal work was one on geography, which was of great use to Strabo. None of his works are extant. He was made president of the Alexandrian Library, BC 236. Cf. Arrian, Indica, v. 11. The earliest mention of India which has descended to our times is in Aeschylus, Supplices, 284. Arrian frequently uses the Ionic and Old Attic word, sigma mu iota caparo. About 480,000 pounds. Alexander probably crossed the Indus near Attock. The exact site of Taxila cannot be fixed. The Hydaspes is now called Jhelum, one of the 5 great tributaries of the Indus. Herodotus considered the Danube the largest river in the world as known to him, and the Dnieper the largest of all rivers except the Danube and the Nile. See Herodotus, 4. 48-53. Amnis Danubius sexaginta navigabiles pene recipiens fluvios, septem ostius erumpit in mare. Quorum primum est pius insula supra dicta, ut interpretata sunt vocabula greco-sermon, secundum naricostoma, tertium calentostoma. Quartum pseudostoma, nam boreanstoma ac dane sthenostoma lunge minora sunt caterus, septimum ingens eti palustri specie nigrum. Ammianus, 22. 8, 44. Pliny, 4. 24, says that the Danube has 6 mouths, the names of which he gives. The Indus does not rise in the Paropamisus, but in the Himalayas. It has 2 principal mouths, but there are a number of smaller ones. Ptolemy said there were 7. The delta is between 70 and 80 miles broad. Delta, a triquetri literi forma hoc vocabulo signacius ad palata. Ammianus, 22. 15. The territory included by the Indus and its 4 affluents is now called Punjab, a Persian word meaning 5 rivers. Ctesias was the Greek physician of Artaxerxes Neman. He wrote a history of Persia and a book on India. His works are only preserved in meager abridgment by Photius. Aristotle says that he was false and untrustworthy. History of Animals, 8. 27, De Generation Animalium, 2. 2. Subsequent research has proved Ctesias to be wrong and Herodotus generally right in the many statements in which they are at variance. The fact is, that the Indus is nowhere more than 20 stades, or 2.5 miles broad. See Strabo, 15. 1, 16. 4. Herod, 3. 102, with Dean Blakesley's note. Omicron delta alpha mu nu is the Ionic form for Omicron delta nu omega nu. The Greek name alpha theta iota omicron psi means sunburnt. The Hebrew name for Ethiopia is Cush, black. In ancient Egyptian inscriptions it is called Kish. It is the country now called Abyssinia. Ethiopia's vicini Sideris vapor toreri, Atistisk similes gigni, barba et capillo vibrato, non est dubium. Pliny, 2. 80. Cf. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 7. 5, 67. Called the Indica, a valuable little work in the Ionic dialect, still existing. Nearchus left an account of his voyage, which is not now extant. Arrian made use of it in writing the Indica. See that work, chapters 17 to 63. Megasthenes was sent with the Plataean Dimachus, by Seleucus Nicator, the king of Syria and one of Alexander's generals, as ambassador to Sandracotus, king of the country near the Ganges. He wrote a very valuable account of India in 4 books. Taurus is from the old root tor meaning high, another form of which is Dor. Hence Dorians equals Highlanders. The ancient geographers thought that the Jaxartes bifurcated, part of it forming the Tanais, or Don, and flowing into the lake Maeotis, or Sea of Azov, and the other part falling into the Hyrcanian, or Caspian Sea. The Jaxartes and Oxus flow into the Sea of Aral, but the ancients thought that they fell into the Caspian, as there is indeed evidence to prove that they once did. Hyrcania is the Greek form of the old Persian Verkhana, that is Wolf's Land. It is now called Gurgan. Herodotus, I. 203, states decidedly that the Caspian is an inland sea. Strabo, 11. 1, following Eratosthenes, says that it is a gulf of the Northern Ocean. The Euphrates, after its junction with the Tigris, flows through the marshes of Lam-Lum, where its current moves less than a mile an hour. Cf. Arrian, 6. 27 infra. Probably the Chandragupta of the Sanskrit writers. He conquered from the Macedonians the Punjab and the country as far as the Hindu Kush. He reigned about 310 BC. Mount Dindymus, now called Murad Dag, was sacred to Cybele, the mother of the gods, who was hence called Dindymene. Hecataeus of Miletus died about BC 476. He wrote a work upon geography, and another on history. His works were well known to Herodotus but only fragments survive. See Herodotus, 2. 5. See Herodotus, 2. 10-34. See Homer's Odyssey, 4. 477, 581. In Hebrew the name for Egypt is Mitzrayim, dark red. In form the word is dual, evidently in reference to the division of the country by the Nile. The native name was Kem, meaning black, probably on account of the blackness of the alluvial soil. Lambda lambda omicron iota is a Bix reading instead of pi omicron lambda lambda omicron. Arrian, in his Indica, chapter 4, gives the names of these rivers. See Herodotus, 7. 33-36, 4. 83, 97, 133-141. Bosporus equals Oxford. The name was applied to the Straits of Constantinople, and also to those of Yenikale, the former being called the Thracian and the latter the Cimmerian Bosporus. Cf. Aeschylus, Prom, 734. Ad Bosporos duos, vel bubis miabili transitu, unde nomen ambibus, Pliny, 6. 1. Diodorus, 17. 86, says that Alexander crossed on a bridge of boats. Cf. Strabo, page 698, Curtius, 8. 34. There was another river called Rhenus, a tributary of the Po, now called the Reno. It was called Rhenus Bononiensis, being near Bononia or Bologna. Alpha Pyro mu nu alpha nu caparo omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu alpha iota. For this nautical term compare Thucydides, I. 51, Herodotus, 8. 84. Diodorus, 11. 18, Aristophanes, Wasps, 399. Kappa alpha tau omicron nu is Kruger's reading for the usual kappa alpha tau pyro omicron nu. The explanation of this passage given in Liddell and Scott's lexicon, sub voce capillam mu alpha xi, is evidently incorrect, as there is nothing about a chariot in the original. Compare the description of Caesar's bridge over the Rhine, Gallic War, 4. 17. The place where Alexander crossed the Indus was probably at its junction with the Cophen or Kabul River, near Attock. Before he crossed he gave his army a rest of 30 days, as we learn from Diodorus, 17. 86. From the same passage we learn that a certain king named Aphrases with an army of 20,000 men and 15 elephants, was killed by his own men and his army joined Alexander. The kingdom of Porus lay between the Hydaspes and Acesines, the district now called Bari-Dobe with Lahore as capital. It was conquered by Lords Hardinge and Gough in 1849. Diodorus, 17. 87, says that Porus had more than 50,000 infantry, about 3,000 cavalry, more than 1,000 chariots, and 130 elephants. Curtius, 8. 44, says he had about 30,000 infantry, 300 chariots, and 85 elephants. Pi iota tau rho psi alpha is Kruger's reading instead of pi iota tau xi alpha. About the month of May. See chapter 12 infra, also Curtius, 8. 45, 46. Strabo, 15. 1, quotes from Aristobulus describing the rainy season at the time of Alexander's battle with Porus at the Hydaspes. Cf. Arrian, I. 14 supra. Lambda lambda kappa epsilon nu nu is Kruger's reading, instead of lambda lambda kappa epsilon nu omicron nu. Lambda sigma epsilon iota is Abic's reading for epsilon delta epsilon iota. About 17 miles. This use of pyro nu with infinitive after negative clauses, is contrary to Attic usage. The perf. Pass. Pi pi eta gamma mu alpha iota is used by Arrian and Dionysius, but by Homer and the Attic writers the form used is pi pi eta gamma alpha. Doric, pi pi alpha gamma alpha. Seleucus Nicator, the most powerful of Alexander's successors, became king of Syria and founder of the dynasty of the Seleucidae, which came to an end in BC 79. For this use of sigma omicron nu, cf. Homer, Iliad, 9. 354, Herodotus, 4. 45. Plato, Gorgias, 485a, Euthydemus, 273a. Compare the passage of the Rhone by Hannibal. See Livy, 21. 26-28, Polybius, 3. 45, 46. 100 Greek and 101 English feet. See Donaldson's New Cratylus, Sector 178. Pyro nu kappa alpha tau delta omega sigma iota nu. In Attic, pyro nu nu is the regular form with the subjunctive, but in Homer and the tragic writers nu is often omitted. Cf. Arrian's Tactics, Chapter 29. Diodorus, 17. 89, says that more than 12,000 Indians were killed in this battle, over 9,000 being captured, besides 80 elephants. According to Diodorus there fell of the Macedonians 280 cavalry and more than 700 infantry. Plutarch, Alex. 60, says that the battle lasted 8 hours. Curtius, 8. 50, 51, represents Porus sinking half dead, and being protected to the last by his faithful elephant. Diodorus, 17. 88, agrees with him. Cf. Curtius, 8. 44, Justin, 12. 8. Cf. Arrian, 2. 10 supra. Delta epsilon delta omicron upsilon lambda omega mu nu omicron tau gamma nu mu. The Scholiast on Thucydides 4. 34, explains this by tau epsilon tau alpha pi epsilon iota nu omega mu nu omicron phi beta. Cf. Plutarch, Alex, 60, Curtius, 8. 51. Diodorus, 17. 87, says that the battle was fought in the archonship of Kremes at Athens. Nicaea is supposed to be Maung and Bucephala may be Gelopar. See Strabo, 15. 1. Cf. Plutarch, Alex, 61. Schmeider says that Alexander could not have broken in the horse before he was 16 years old. But since at this time he was in his 29th year, he would have had him 13 years. Consequently the horse must have been at least 17 years old when he acquired him. Can anyone believe this? Yet Plutarch also states that the horse was 30 years old at his death. Curtius, 6. 17, says this occurred in the land of the Mardians, whereas Plutarch, Alex, 44, says it happened in Hyrcania. Diodorus, 17. 89, says Alexander made a halt of 30 days after this battle. Cf. Arrian, v. 8 Supra, where an earlier embassy from Abyssares is mentioned. Strabo, 15. 1, says that this Porus was a cousin of the Porus captured by Alexander. This is the Chenab. See Arrian, Indica, 3. Who says that where it joins the Indus it is 30 stades broad. Diodorus, 17. 95, says that Alexander received a reinforcement from Greece at this river of more than 30,000 infantry and nearly 6,000 cavalry. Also suits of armor for 25,000 infantry, and 100 talents of medical drugs. Mu lambda lambda epsilon iota nu is usually connected with the future infinitive, but Arrian frequently uses it with the present. Now called the Ravi. Sangala is supposed to be Lahore. But probably it lay some distance from that city, on the bank of the Chenab. Compare Caesar, Bell. Gaul, I. 26 Pro volo caros obgesserent et loco superior in nostros venientis tela congiscibant, et non nulli inter caros rotasque materis ac tragula subgiscibant nostrosque vulnerabant. Gamma kappa upsilon rho epsilon nu is an epic and Ionic word rarely used in Attic, but found frequently in Herodotus, Homer, Hesiod, and Pindar. The Greeks had only 3 watches, but Arrian is speaking as a Roman. Eumenes, of Cardia in Thrace, was private secretary to Philip and Alexander. After the death of the latter, he obtained the rule of Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, and Pontus. He displayed great ability both as a general and statesman, but was put to death by Antigonus in BC 316, when he was 45 years of age. Being a Greek, he was disliked by the Macedonian generals, from whom he experienced very unjust treatment. It is evident from the biographies of him written by Plutarch and Cornelius Nepos, that he was one of the most eminent men of his era. Now called the Bios, or Bibasa. Strabo calls it Hipponus, and Pliny calls it Hippasus. In the Hebrew Bible Javan denotes the Ionian race of Greeks, and then the Greeks in general, Gen X, 2, 4, ISA, 66. 19, Ezek 27. 13, Joel 3. 6, Zech 9. 13, in Dan 8. 21, X 20, 11. 2, Javan stands for the kingdom of Alexander the Great, comprising Macedonia as well as Greece. The form of the name Javan is closely connected with the Greek Ion, which originally had a digamma, Ivan. Pott says that it means the young, in opposition to the Grekoi, the old. According to Aristotle, Meteorologica, I. 14, the Hellenes were originally called Grekoi. Cf. Sanskrit, Juan, Zend, Jawan, Latin, Juvenes, English, young. Coele Syria, or the Hollow Syria, was the country between the ranges of Libanus and Anti-Libanus. Syria between the rivers is usually called by its Greek name of Mesopotamia. It is the Padan Aram of the Bible. Cappadocia embraced the whole northeastern part of the peninsula of Asia Minor. Slaves were procured from this region. See Horace, Epistles, I. 6, 39, Persius, 6. 77. The name Pamphylia is from Painu and Phyupsilon Lambda, because of the mixed origin of the inhabitants. Cf. Arrian, Anabasis, 7. 1, Indica, 43. Herodotus, 4. 42, says that Pharaoh Necho sent a Phoenician expedition from the Red Sea, which circumnavigated Africa and returned by the Straits of Gibraltar, or the Pillars of Hercules. The Carthaginian Hanno is said to have sailed from Cadiz to the extremity of Arabia. See Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 2. 67, v. 1. Herodotus, 4. 43, says that the Carthaginians asserted they had sailed round Africa. There is a Greek translation of Hanno's Periplus still extant. As to the Pillars of Hercules, see Aelian, Varia Historia, v. 3. They are first mentioned by Pindar, Alim. 3, 79, Nem. 3, 36. The interior of Africa, from the Straits of Gibraltar to Egypt, and from the Mediterranean to the then unexplored south. Arrian, like many other ancient writers, includes Africa, or Libya, as a part of Asia. The boundaries were the Eastern Sea and the Atlas Mountains. Cf. Arrian, 3. 30, 7. 1 and 30. The name Asia first occurs in Homer, Iliad, 2. 461, in reference to the marsh about the Cayster, and was thence gradually extended over the whole continent. Heracles, from whom the Macedonian kings claimed to be descended. Hence Hercules is called Tyrintheus. Virgil, Aeneid, 7. 662, 8. 228. See Chapter 1 of this book. Cf. Xenophon, Anab, I. 7, 4. Cf. Curtius, 9. 12. Arrian, 3. 19, says that the Thessalians were sent back from Ecbatana. Pontus Euxinus Antia ab inhospitali feritate ax nos appellatus, Pliny, 6. 1. The Latin name Carthago and the Greek Carchedon were corruptions of the Phoenician Carthageshaf, that new city. Pliny, 6. 21, says that Alexander erected the altars on the farther bank of the Hyphasis, whereas Arrian, Diodorus, and Plutarch say they were on this side of the river. Curtius, 9. 13, does not specify the side of the river. Herodotus, 4. 44, says that the Indus is the only river besides the Nile which produces crocodiles. He does not seem to have known the Ganges. This was the Nelumbium speciosum, the Egyptian bean of Pythagoras, the lotus of the Hindus, held sacred by them. It is cultivated and highly valued in China, where it is eaten. The seeds are the shape and size of acorns. I.e. the Mediterranean. See Arrian, v. 6 supra. The native name of Egypt was Kem, black. Compare Virgil, Georgic. 4. 291, Viridem Egyptum nigra fecindat arena. Usque coloratus amnis devexus ab Indies. This use of mu phi with the dative is instead of the Attic pi epsilon rho with the genitive or accusative. Plutarch, Alex. 66, informs us that Alexander's army numbered 120,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 19. Arrian, in the Indica, chapter 19, says that Alexander embarked with 8,000 men. Strabo, 15. 1, says that the realm of Sopyths was called Cathaea. As Alexander was at this time east of the Indus, the expression, beyond the Indus, means west of it. Cf. Arrian, v. 2 supra. Only fragments of this narrative are preserved. Strabo, 15. 1, says that the statements of Onesicritus are not to be relied upon. Curtius, 9. 13, and Diodorus, 17. 95, say that there were 1,000 vessels. Arrian, Indica, 19, says there were 800. Kruger reads chi iota lambda omega nu in this passage instead of the common reading delta iota sigma chi iota lambda omega nu. From Arrian, Indica, 18, we learn that he sacrificed to his country gods, and to Poseidon, Amphitrite, the Nereids, the ocean, as well as to the three rivers. Cf. 11, Supra. Cf. 3 Supra. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 7. Cf. Curtius, 9. 15, Diodorus, 17. 97, the latter says that Alexander offered sacrifice to the gods for having escaped the greatest danger, and having contested with a river like Achilles. According to Diodorus, 17. 96, and Curtius, 9. 14, Alexander here made an expedition against the Sibi, defeated an army of 40,000 Indians, and captured the city of Agalassa. The chief city of the Malians is the modern Multan. Mu pi omega. In later writers mu is often used where the Attic writers would use omicron. Strabo and Curtius call this river Hierotis. The Brahmins, or Brahmins, were a religious caste of Indians. The name was sometimes used for the people whose religion was Brahmanism. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 11, Strabo, 15. 1, page 713 edition Casaubon. Cf. Arrian I 11 Supra. The Romans called these men duplicarii. See Livy, 2. 59, 7. 37. Tau omicron pi epsilon iota tau alpha pi upsilon theta sigma theta alpha iota. Cf. Homer, Iliad, 22. 305, 2. 119. Curtius, 9. 22, calls the physician Critobulus. Near the city of Kos stood the Asclepium, or temple of Asclepius, to whom the island was sacred, and from whom the chief family, the Asclepiadae, claimed descent. Curtius says, Igitur pate facto laetius vulnere, e spiculo evalso, ingens vis sanguinis manar copit, linquic animo rex, e caligen oculis affusa, veludi moribundis extendi. Cf. Plutarch, Alex. 63, Diodorus, 17. 98, 99, Curtius, 9. 18-23. Justin, 12. 9. As to fame, or rumor, see Homer, Iliad, 2. 93, Otis. 24, 412, Hesiod, Works and Days, 758-762, Virgil, Aeneid, 4. 173-190, Ovid, Met. 12, 39-63, Statius, Theb. 2, 426. Curtius, 9. 18, says it was the town of the Oxydracians. Nearly 70 miles. Isthmus is from the same root as Nu Alpha Iota, to go, and thus means a passage. Pindar, Isthmia, 4. 34, calls it the bridge of the sea. We learn from Curtius, 9. 21, that the authors who stated that Ptolemy was present in this battle were Clitarchus and Timagenes. From the history of the former, who was a contemporary of Alexander, Curtius mainly drew the materials for his history of Alexander. Ptolemy received this appellation from the Rhodians whom he relieved from the assaults of Demetrius. The grateful Rhodians paid him divine honors as their preserver, and he was henceforward known as Ptolemy Soter. BC 304. See Pausanias, I, 8, 6. The word tau alpha lambda alpha pi omega rho omicron is used in a similar way by Thucydides, I, 20, 4. Curtius, 9. 24, says that Craterus was deputed by the officers to make this representation to the king, and that he was backed up by Ptolemy and the rest. This line is a fragment from one of the lost tragedies of Aeschylus, delta rho sigma alpha nu tau iota gamma rho tau iota kappa alpha pi alpha theta epsilon nu phi epsilon lambda epsilon tau alpha iota. Curtius, 9. 23, says that he was cured of his wound in 7 days. Diodorus, 17. 99, says that it took many days. Arrian does not mention the Sutlej, which is the fifth of the rivers of the Punjab. Pliny, 6. 21, calls it Hesodrus, Ptolemy, 7. 1, calls it Saradrus. About 12 miles. Ita si findente nilo ut triquetrum terrae figurum officiat. Ideo multi Greci litere vocabulo delta appellavir Egyptum, Pliny, v. 9. This tribe dwelt between the Acesines and the Industry Diodorus, 17. 102, calls them Sambastians, while Curtius, 9. 30, calls them Sabartians. The Zathrians and Asadians dwelt on the left bank of the Indus. We find from Curtius, 9. 31, and Diodorus, 17. 102, that the name of this was Alexandria. It is probably the present Midden. Curtius, 9. 31, calls this satrap Terioltes, and says he was put to death. His appointment as viceroy is mentioned by Arrian, 4. 22 supra. This king is called Perticanus by Curtius, 9. 31, Diodorus, 17. 102, and Strabo, 15. 1. An expression imitated from Thucydides, 4. 34, cf. Arrian, 2. 10, v. 19, where the same words are used of Darius and Porus. Diodorus, 17. 102, says that Sambus escaped beyond the Indus with 30 elephants. See note, page supra. The Indica, a valuable work still existing. See chapters 10 and 11 of that book. These people inhabited the delta of the Indus, which is now called Lower Sind. Their capital, Patala, is the modern Tata. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 2. Curtius, 9. 34, calls this king Moeris. Aristobulus, as quoted by Strabo, 15. 1, said that the voyage down the Indus occupied 10 months, the fleet arriving at Patala about the time of the rising of Sirius, or July, 325 BC. The right arm of the Indus is now called the Bugor, and the left Sada. I.e. caused a heavy swell of waters. Cf. Apollonius Rhodius, 2. 595, Polybius, I. 60, 6. This wind was the southwest monsoon. Cf. Curtius, 9. 35, 36, Caesar, Bell. Gaul. 4, 29. Tau sigma kappa phi eta mu epsilon tau epsilon omega rho zeta omicron nu tau omicron. Arrian does not comply with the Attic rule, that the plural neuter should take a verb in the singular. Compare 2. 20, 8, v. 17, 6 and 7, etc. Plutarch, Alex. 66, says that Alexander called the island Celestis. But others called it Siltusis. He also says that the voyage down the rivers to the sea took 7 months. In regard to this expedition, see Arrian, 7. 20 infra. About 200 miles. Arrian here follows the statement of Nearchus. Aristobulus said that the distance was 1,000 stades. See Strabo, 15. 1. See Curtius, 9. 38, this lake has disappeared. These periodical winds are the southerly monsoon of the Indian Ocean. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 21. This occurs at the beginning of November. The Romans called the Pleiades Virgilii. Cf. Pliny, 2. 47, 125 Virgiliarum acasis hemum inchot, quat tempus in 3. Idus Novembers in Cedere consuvit. Also Livy, 21. 35, 6 Nivis Edium casis, occidenti jam sidera Virgiliarum, ingentem turorum agicit. This river, which is now called the Purili, is about 120 miles west of the mouth of the Industry. It is called Arabus by Arrian, Indica, 21. And Arbus by Strabo, 15. 2. These were a people of Gedrosia, inhabiting a coast district nearly 200 miles long in the present Belukistan. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 22 and 25, Pliny, 6. 23. The Arabicians dwelt between the Indus and the Arabius. The Aricians were west of the latter river. Rambatia was probably at or near Hor. According to Diodorus, 17. 104, the city was called Alexandria. Ora was the name of the district inhabited by the Aricians. Cf. Pliny, Nat. History 12. 33-35. Cf. Strabo, 15. 2, Pliny, Nat. Historical 12. 26. Probably the snowflake. This is the well-known catechu, obtained chiefly from the acacia catechu. The liquid gum is called kuth or kutch in India. These people were called ichthyophagi, or fish-eaters. They are described by Arrian, Indica, 29, Curtius, 9. 40, Diodorus, 17. 105, Pliny, Nat. History 6. 25, 26, Plutarch, Alex. 66, Strabo, 15. 2. They occupied the seacoast of Gedrosia, or Belukistan. Cf. Alciphron, Epistolae, I, 1, 2. A man of Calatis, a town on the Black Sea in Thrace, originally colonized by the Milesians. Cf. Herodotus, I, 193. Pura was near the borders of Carmania, probably at Bamper. The name means town. Cf. Strabo, 15. 2. Diodorus, 2. 19, 20. According to Megasthenes, Semiramis died before she could carry out her intended invasion of India. See Arrian, Indica, 5. Neither Herodotus nor Ctesias mentions an invasion of India by Cyrus, and according to Arrian, Indica, 9, the Indians expressly denied that Cyrus attacked them. Strabo says that some of these marches extended 200, 400, and even 600 stades. Most of the marching being done in the night. Kruger substitutes xi upsilon mu mu tau rho omicron upsilon for xi mu mu epsilon tau rho omicron omicron sigma alpha. Cf. Thucydides, 2. 49, 3. Cf. Xenophon, Anab. 7, 5, 13, Homer, Otis. 7, 283. Curtius, 7. 20, mentions a similar act of magnanimity as having occurred on the march in pursuit of Bessus through the desert to the river Oxus. Plutarch, Alex. 42, says it was when Alexander was pursuing Darius, Frontinus, Stratagemmatica, I. 7, 7, says it was in the desert of Africa, Polyaenus, 4. 3, 25, relates the anecdote without specifying where the event occurred. Mu epsilon xi tau epsilon rho omicron iota is an ionic form very frequently used by Herodotus. Compare note on page. This man had been placed over the Aricians. See page supra. Curtius, 9. 41, says that Craterus sent a messenger to the king, to say that he was holding in chains 2 Persian nobles, Ozenes and Ziriasps, who had been trying to effect a revolt. The Arians were famed for their skill as professional mourners. See Aeschylus, Coephory, 423. For the origin of the name see Donaldson, New Cratylus, Sect. 81. Xi eta lambda gamma chi theta eta is substituted by Syntenis for the common reading xi eta gamma gamma lambda theta eta. According to Curtius, X. 1, Cleander and his colleagues were not slain, but put into prison, whereas 600 of the soldiers who had been the agents of their cruelty were put to death. Curtius says Cleander was spared for having killed Parmenio with his own hand. Cf. 3. 26 Supra. The Thryambus was a hymn to Bacchus, sung in festal processions in his honor. It was also used as a name of that deity, as we learn from Diodorus, 4. 5. It was afterwards used as synonymous with the Roman Triumphus, by Polybius, Dionysius, and Plutarch. The Bacchanalian procession through Carmania is described by Curtius, 9. 42, Plutarch, Alex. 67, and Diodorus, 17. 106. Diodorus, 17. 106, says that the port into which Nearchus put was called Salmis. Kappa pi epsilon rho iota pi lambda epsilon sigma omicron nu tau alpha. The Attic future of pi lambda omega is pi lambda epsilon sigma omicron mu alpha iota. Pi lambda upsilon sigma omega is only found in Polybius and the later writers. See Arrian, Indica, 18-43. The name for Persia and the Persians in the Hebrew Bible is Paras. Cyrus is called Koresh, the sun, in Hebrew. In the cuneiform inscriptions the name is Kurash. Cambyses is called Ahasuerus in Ezra 4. 6, and Smyrtis the Magian is the Artaxerxes who was induced by the Samaritans to forbid the further building of the temple, Ezra 4. 7-24. The Ahasuerus of the Book of Esther is probably Xerxes. Artaxerxes the Long-Handed was the patron of Ezra and Nehemiah, Ezra 7. 11-28, Nay 2. 1-9, etc. Darius the Persian, mentioned in Nay 12. 22, was probably Darius Codomanus, who was conquered by Alexander. The province of Susiana, previously called Elamize, appears in the Hebrew under the name of Elam or Elam. Persis is still called Fars. BC 325. Aria. See chapter 27 Supra. Curtius, x. 4, says Orxenes was descended from Cyrus. C3. 25 Supra. Cf. Strabo, 15. 3, where a description of this tomb is given, derived from Onesicritus, the pilot of Alexander. See Dean Blakesley's note on Herodotus I, 214. Just a few lines above, Arrian says that the couch was by the side of the coffin. Cf. Ammianus, 23. 6, 32, 33. The Magi were the priests of the religion of Zoroaster, which was professed by the Medes and Persians. Their Bible was the Avesta, originally consisting of 21 books, only one of which, the 20th, Vendidad, is still extant. C3. 18 Supra. According to Curtius, x. 4, 5, Orxenes was not only innocent, but was very devoted and attached to Alexander. The favorite eunuch, Bagoas, poisoned the king's mind against him, and suborned other accusers against him. He was condemned unheard. Purpura et niter corporis, ornatusque persicus multo oro multisque gemmis. Cicero, De Senectut, 17. Pasargadae was the ancient capital of Cyrus, but Persepolis was that of the later kings of Persia. The tomb of Cyrus has been discovered at Mergab, consequently Pasargadae was on the banks of the river Cyrus, any of Persepolis. The latter city was at the junction of the Araxes and Medas. Its extensive ruins are called Chelmanar, the 40 columns. The Tigris rises in Armenia, and joins the Euphrates 90 miles from the sea, the united stream being then called Shat el-Arab. In ancient times the two rivers had distinct outlets. In the Hebrew the Tigris is called Chittikal, i.e. arrow. The Greek name Tigris is derived from the Zen Tyra, which comes from the Sanskrit tig, to sharpen. Its present name is Dijla. The respective lengths of the Euphrates and Tigris are 1,780 and 1,146 miles. Among these were Curtius, x. 3, Diodorus, 18. 4, and Plutarch, Alex, 68. Gadara or Gades was a Phoenician colony. The name is from the Hebrew, a fence. Cf. Pliny, 4. 36, appellant pony gator eta punica lingua septum significant. Also a Venus, ora maritima, 268 punicorum lingua conceptum locum gator vocabat. According to Pliny, v. 1, Suetonius Paulinus was the first Roman general who crossed the Atlas Mountains. See note, page 309. Now called Capo di Lucca, the southeastern point of Italy. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 11. Cf. Alciphron, Epistolae, I. 31, with Burglar and Wagner's notes. This must have occurred BC 336. See Plutarch, Alex. 14, Cicero, Tusculani Disputations, v. 32. Alexander said, "If I were not Alexander, I should like to be Diogenes." Cf. Arrian, I. 1. Plutarch, De Fortit. Alex, page 331. Cf. Strabo, 15. 1. Strabo calls this sage Mandanes. Strabo says, Alexander's messengers summoned Mandanes to the son of Zeus. Plutarch, Alex, 65, says this philosopher's name was Sphinx. But the Greeks called him Calanus, because when he met them, instead of using the word chi alpha rho epsilon greeting them, he said kappa alpha lambda. The same author says that he was persuaded to come to Alexander by Taxilas. See also Strabo, 15. 1. Strabo, 15. 1, says that the voluntary death of Calanus occurred at Pasargadae. Aelian, Varia Historia, v. 6, says it was at Babylon, but Diodorus, 17. 107, says it happened at Susa, which statement is confirmed by the fact of Nearchus being seemingly present. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 10. Cf. Arrian, 7. 13 Infra, and Herodotus, 7. 40. Cf. Cicero, Tusk. Disput. v. 27. Media. c. 29 Supra. Oxythres was killed by Alexander himself with a sarissa, or long Macedonian pike. See Plutarch, Alex. 68, who calls him Oxyartes. For this use of phi theta epsilon rho omicron mu alpha iota, cf. Aristophanes, Plutus, 610, Alciphron, I. 13, 3, with Burglar's note. Cf. Curtius, X. 5. She was also called Statira. See Diodorus, 17. 107, Plutarch, Alex, 70. She is called Arsino by Photius. By these two marriages, Alexander thus engrafted himself upon the two lines of antecedent Persian kings. Achus was of the Achaemenid family, but Darius Codomanus, father of Statira, was not of that family. He began a new lineage. About the overweening regal state of Alexander, outdoing even the previous Persian kings, see Polarchus apud Athenaeum, 12. Page 539. Grote. C.P. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 8. 7. A copious account of this celebrated marriage feast is given in Athenaeus, 12. Page 538. Cf. Curtius, X. 8. About £4,600,000. Justin, 12. 11, agrees with Arrian, but Diodorus, 17. 109, Plutarch, Alex, 70, Curtius, X. 8, say 10,000 talents. Cf. Curtius, 9. 41, Arrian, 6. 22, Supra. The Epigoni, or afterborn, were the sons of the 7 chiefs who fell in the first war against Thebes. See Herodotus, Pindar, Sophocles, etc. For this Mesenculin see Gellius, Nox Atticae, X. 25. Polybius, 23, 1, 9, Euripides, Phoenici, 1141, Andromache, 1133, Alciphron, 3. 36. It was at this time that Harpalus, viceroy of Babylon, having squandered a great deal of the treasure committed to his charge, became frightened at the return of Alexander, and fled to Greece with 50,000 talents and 6,000 mercenary troops. See Diodorus, 17. 108. The Iulius is now called Kara Su. After joining the Coprates it was called Pasitigris. It formerly discharged itself into the Persian Gulf, but now into the Shatt el-Arab, as the united stream of the Euphrates and Tigris is now called. In Dan 8. 2, 16, it is called Olai. Cf. Pliny, 6. 26, 31, 31. 21. The Greeks and Romans sometimes speak of Mesopotamia as a part of Syria, and at other times they call it a part of Assyria. The Hebrew and native name of this country was Aram Naharaim, or Syria of the Two Rivers. The Tigris now falls into the Euphrates. Cf. Arrian, 3. 7, Supra, Curtius, 4. 37. Cf. Strabo, 16. 1, Herodotus, I. 193, Ammianus, 24. 3, 14. Probably this city stood at the junction of the Tigris with the Phiscus, or Odorna. See Xenophon, Anab. 2, 4, 25, Herodotus, I. 189, Strabo, 16. 1, says that Alexander made the Tigris navigable up to Opus. Cf. Justin, 12. 11, Diodorus, 17. 109, Curtius, X, 10, 11. These authors put the punishment of the ringleaders after the speech instead of before. Thracians mean mountaineers, Hellenes, warriors, Dorians, Highlanders, Ionians, coastmen, and Aeolians, mixed men. C. Donaldson, New Cratylus, Sect. 92. The gold and silver mines at Mount Pangaean near Philippi brought Philip a yearly revenue of more than 1,000 talents, Diodorus, 16. 8, Herodotus, v. 17, says that the silver mines at Mount Desorum brought a talent every day to Alexander, father of Amyntas. This is a Demosthenic expression. See De Falsa Legation, 92, and I. Philippic, 45. BC 346. He here refers to his own part in the victory of Kyrenia, BC 336. See Diodorus, 16. 86, Plutarch, Alex. 9. This fact is attested by Demosthenes, De Halleniso, 12. The Thebans under Pelopidas settled the affairs of Macedonia, and took young Philip to Thebes as a hostage, BC 368. About 122,000 pounds. Cf. Plutarch, Alex. 15, Curtius, X, 10. Omega Nu is the Hebrew Javan without the vowel points. In the Persian name for the Greeks omicron nu epsilon, one of these vowels appear. See Aeschylus, Percy, 178, 562. Larger Phrygia formed the western part of the great central tableland of Asia Minor. Smaller Phrygia was also called Hellespontine Phrygia, because it lay near the Hellespont. See Strabo, 12. 8. A blue band worked with white, which went round the tiara of the Persian kings. Cf. Ammianus, 25. 4, 15, Julianus, Idea liquides predicans, Alexandrum magnum, ubi habet thesauros interrogatum, apud amicos benevol respondus. Cf. Arrian, I. 16 Supra. It is supposed that the Saxons, i.e. Sakasuna, sons of the Sakai, originated from this nation. At the Persian court, kinsman was a title bestowed by the king as a mark of honor. Curtius says they were 15,000 in number. Cf. Diodorus, 16. 50, Xenophon, Cyropedia, I. 4, 27, 2. 2, 31. As to this Persian custom, see Xenophon, Agesilaus, v. 4, Cyropedia I. 4, 27. Cf. Justin, 12. 7, Plutarch, Eumenes, 16, Curtius, 8. 17, Livy 37. 40, Polybius, v. 79, 4. Mu epsilon nu omicron nu lambda iota pi alpha rho omicron nu tau epsilon. The more usual construction would be lambda iota pi rho omicron upsilon nu mu nu omicron nu tau epsilon. Cf. Herodotus, 9. 45, lambda iota pi alpha rho epsilon tau epsilon mu nu omicron nu tau epsilon, 3. 51. Lambda iota pyro epsilon epsilon sigma tau omicron rho omega nu. The paean was sung, not only before and after battle, but also after a banquet, as we see from this passage and from Xenophon, Symposium, 2. 1. About 240 pounds. Literally, with his own head, an Homeric expression. We learn from Plutarch, Eumenes, 6, that Craterus was a great favorite with the Macedonians because he opposed Alexander's Asiatic innovations. See also Plutarch, Alexander, 47, Diodorus, 17. 114, Caparo tau epsilon rho omicron nu mu nu gamma rho epsilon nu alpha iota phi iota lambda omicron beta alpha sigma iota lambda alpha, phi alpha iota sigma tau omega nu alpha delta phi iota lambda xi alpha nu delta rho omicron nu. The use of kappa epsilon epsilon iota nu with the dative, is in imitation of Homer. Cfi, 26, 3 supra. We learn from Diodorus, 18. 4, that when Alexander died, Craterus had got no farther than Cilicia on his return journey. He had with him a paper of written instructions, among which were projects for building an immense fleet in Phoenicia and the adjacent countries for conveying an expedition against the Carthaginians and the other western nations as far as the Pillars of Hercules, for the erection of magnificent temples, and for the transportation of people from Europe into Asia and from Asia into Europe. Alexander's generals put these projects aside, as too vast for any one but Alexander himself. Cf. Curtius, X. 31. The Greeks reckoned according to the lunar months, and therefore they talked of 10 months instead of 9 as the period of gestation. Cf. Herodotus, 6. 63, Aristophanes, Thesmoph. 742, Menander, Plotian, Fragment 3, Plautus, Sistel. I. 3, 15. Terence, Adelphi, 3. 4, 29. For this expression, cf. Dion Cassius, 42. 57, Homer, Iliad, 23, 538, Pausanias, 7. 10, 2, Herodotus, 8. 104. Here there is a gap in the manuscripts of Arrian, which probably contained an account of the flight of Harpalus, the viceroy of Babylon, with the treasures committed to his care, and also a description of the dispute between Hephaestion and Eumenes. See Photius, Codex 92. Cf. Plutarch, Eumenes, 2. The march was from Opus to Media, as we see from the next chapter. Cf. Herodotus, 3. 106, 7. 40, Strabo, 11. 7 and 14, Diodor. The 17th, 110, Ammianus, 23. 6. Sir Henry Rawlinson says, with Herodotus, who was most imperfectly acquainted with the geography of Media, originated the error of transferring to that province the Nizia, Nessa, of Khorasan. And all later writers either copied or confounded his statement. Strabo alone has escaped from the general confusion. In his description we recognize the great grazing plains of Kawa, Elishtar, Huru, Silikur, Berberud, Japalac, and Feridun, which thus stretch in a continuous line from one point to another along the southern frontiers of Media. Alexander probably visited the westernmost of these pastures which stretch from Behistun to Ispahan along the mountain range. The form delta iota alpha rho pi alpha gamma nu alpha iota is used only by the later writers for delta iota alpha rho pi alpha sigma theta nu alpha iota. Cf. Strabo, 11. 5, Diodorus, 17. 77. Curtius, 6. 19, Justin, 12. 3, Arrian, 4. 15, Homer, Iliad, 3. 189, Aeschylus, Eumenides, 655, Hippocrates, De Air, Aquis, Ediloses, page 553. The queen is called Thalestris by Diodorus and Curtius. This is a mistake, for Xenophon does mention the Amazons in the Anabasis, 4. 16. For Trapezus and the Phasians see his Anabasis, 4. 8, 22, v. 6, 36. C. Diodorus, 4. 16, this was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. See Plutarch, Theseus, 26. The Battle of the Amazons was a celebrated painting in the Stoa Poisol at Athens, executed by Micon, son of Phanicus, a contemporary of Polygnotus about BC 460. Cf. Aristophanes, Lysistrata, 678, look at the Amazons whom Micon painted on horseback fighting with the men. See also Pausanias, I, 15, 8. 11. Cf. Herodotus, 4. 110 to 117, 9. 27. See Isocrates, Panegyricus, 19. Lysias, Oratio Funebris, near the beginning. Strabo, 11. 5. Declined to believe in the existence of the Amazons altogether. However, even Julius Caesar spoke of them as having once ruled over a large part of Asia. See Suetonius, Life of Julius Caesar, 22. Eustathius, on Dionysius Periegetes, page 110, derives the name Amazons from, not, and mu zeta alpha, barley bread, delta iota kappa alpha mu alpha zeta nu epsilon kappa alpha lambda omicron nu tau omicron omicron alpha mu zeta alpha iota lambda kappa rho alpha sigma iota theta eta rho omega nu pi iota sigma tau rho epsilon phi mu epsilon nu alpha iota. This is not the usual derivation of the word. Cf. Plutarch, Alex. 72, Diodorus, 17. 110. Plutarch makes this statement. See Homer, Iliad, 23. 141, 152, Arrian, I, 12. See Herodotus, 7. 35, Xerxes means the venerable king. Cf. Herod. 6. 98, see Donaldson's New Cratylus, sections 161, 479. Epidaurus in Argolis was celebrated as the chief seat of the worship of Aesculapius. This is an Homeric expression, meaning myself. Equal to 2,300,000 pounds. Plutarch, Alex. 72, agrees with Arrian. Diodorus, 17. 115, and Justin, 12. 12, say 12,000 talents. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 7. 8, Diodorus, 17. 114, 115, Plutarch, Alex. 72, 75, Eumenes, 2, Pelopidas, 34. See page 392, note. Cassia was a district on the northeast of Susiana, which the Persian kings never subdued, but purchased the quiet of the inhabitants by paying them tribute. It is supposed to be the Cush of the Old Testament. Diodorus, 17. 111, says that Alexander completed his conquest of the Cassians in 40 days. Plutarch, Alex. 72, says he called the massacre of the Cassians his offering to the Manes of Hephaestion. Cf. Livy, 7. 37, 38, Pliny, 22. 4, Justin, 12. 13. The Romans called these people Etruscans. Justin, 21. 6, says that the Carthaginians sent Hamilcar to learn Alexander's real designs against them, under the pretense of being an exile offering his services. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 113. Aristus was a man of Salamis in Cyprus. Neither his work nor that of Asclepiades is extant. Aristus is mentioned by Athenaeus, X. 10, and Strabo, Lib. 15. Livy, 9. 18, says he does not think the contemporary Romans even knew Alexander by report. These are what Hirtius, Bell. Alex. 11, calls knaves apertas et constratas. See page 155, note. See page 199, note. Strabo, 11. 7, says that Aristobulus declared the Oxus to be the largest river which he had seen except those in India. CP 198, note. The Oxus and Jaxartes really flow into the Sea of Aral, or the Polus Oxiana, which was first noticed by Ammianus Marcellinus, 23. 59, in the 4th century AD. Ptolemy, however, mentions it as a small lake, and not as the recipient of these rivers. Cf. Pliny, 6. 18. The Araxes, or Eris, joins the Cyrus, or Kur, and falls into the Caspian Sea. It is now called Kizil-Ozan, or Red River. Its Hebrew name is Chaber, 2 Kings 17. 6. Pontum indignatus Araxes, Virgil, Aeneid, 8. 728, see Aeschylus, Prometheus, 736, Dr. Paley's note. As to the Chaldeans, see Cicero, de Div, I, 1, and Diet. 2, 29-31. This is a verse from one of the lost tragedies of Euripides. It is also quoted by Cicero, de Divin, 2. 5 est quidem Graecus vulgaris in hanc sententiam versus, bene ca congitiat, vetum hunc perhibibo optimum. See Herodotus, I, 32. Plutarch, Solon, 27. See page 171, note. Herodotus, I, 181, gives a description of this temple, which he says existed in his time. Strabo, 16. 1, agrees with Arrian that it was said to have been destroyed by Xerxes. He also says that Alexander employed 10,000 men in clearing away the rubbish of the ruins. Professor Sayce and others adduce this passage of Arrian to prove that Herodotus is not to be trusted even when he says he had seen the places and things which he describes. The words of Herodotus are mu tau omicron tau iota nu, meaning, not that he had himself seen the temple, but that it existed till his time. In chap. 183 he expressly states that he did not see other things which he is describing, but that he derived his information from the Chaldeans. He was about 20 years of age when Xerxes was assassinated. It must not be forgotten that Strabo and Arrian lived 500 or 600 years after Xerxes. The veracity of Strabo is never doubted. Yet in his description of Babylon this author speaks of the walls and hanging gardens as if they were still in existence, though not expressly saying so. Cf. Arrian, 3. 16 supra. See Arrian, 3. 16 supra. Cf. Philostratus, Life of Apollonius, 8. 7, 5. Perdiccas was killed by his own troops at Memphis, BC 321. See Diodorus, 18. 36. The Battle of Ipsus was fought BC 301. See Plutarch, Demetrius, 29. Diodorus, 17. 113, says that embassies came from the Carthaginians, Libyphoenicians, Greeks, Macedonians, Illyrians, Thracians, and Gauls. Cf. Arrian, 3. 16 supra. The name Athens is said to have been derived from the worship of Athena. See Euripides, Ion, 8 pi lambda iota tau Cairo upsilon sigma omicron lambda gamma chi omicron upsilon pi alpha lambda delta omicron kappa epsilon kappa lambda eta mu eta. Attica is tau tau iota kappa or kappa tau iota kappa gamma, the promontory land. Clazomenae was an Ionian city on the Gulf of Smyrna, celebrated as the birthplace of Anaxagoras. It is now called Kelismon. About 1,200,000 pounds. The Hebrew name for Arabia is Arab, wilderness. In Gen 25. 6 it is called the East Country, and in Gen 29. 1 the land of the sons of the East. Cf. Arrian, v. 26, 7. 1 and 15 supra. Cf. Herodotus, 3. 8. Cf. Herodotus, 2. 40, 86, 3. 110-112, Strabo, 16. 4. Pliny, Nat. History 12. About 17 miles. One of the Sporades, west of Samos, now called Nicaria. Cf. Horace, Carm, 4. 2, 2, and Ovid, Fasti, 4. 28. Called Tyrus by Strabo, 16. 3. It is now called Bahrain, and is celebrated for pearl fisheries. A fragment of the work of Androsthenes descriptive of his voyage is preserved by Athenaeus, 3. Page 936. Probably Ramses. Its ruins are at Abu Kasheb. Probably the projection now called Ras al-Had. Cf. Arrian, Indica, 32. About 90 miles. This canal fell into the Persian Gulf at Teredon. No trace of it now remains. The Hebrew name for Armenia is Ararat, 2 Kings 19. 37, Isa, 37. 38, J. Li 27. The country called Assyria by the Greeks is called Ashur, level, in Hebrew. In Gen X, 11 the foundation of the Assyrian kingdom is ascribed to Nimrod, for the verse ought to be translated, he went forth from that land into Ashur. Hence in Micah v. 6, Assyria is called the land of Nimrod. The Hebrew name for Babylon is Babel, i.e. Bab-bel, court of Bel, Porta vel Allah, Civitas Belli, Weiner. Inja 25. 26, Li. 41, it is called Shashak, which Jewish commentators, followed by Jerome, explain by the canon at Bash, i.e. after the alphabet put in an inverted order. According to this rule the word Babel, which is the Hebrew name of Babylon, would be written Shashak. Sir Henry Rawlinson, however, says it was the name of a god after whom the city was named. And the word has been found among the Assyrian inscriptions representing a deity. The perfect passive delta epsilon delta mu eta mu alpha iota is equivalent to the epic and ionic form delta delta mu eta mu alpha iota. Sigma chi epsilon theta nu alpha iota. See page 268, note. Tau nu alpha upsilon tau nu. This position of tau is an imitation of the usage in Ionic prose. Cf. Herod. I. 85, tau nu tau pi epsilon rho sigma omega nu. See Liddell and Scott, sub voce tau. Cf. Arrian, 2. 26, 4, 6. 9, 3, 7. 3, 4, 22, 5, 24, 2. Cf. Arrian v. 13 Supra. Cf. Arrian, 3. 6, 4. 18. The Macedonian stater was worth about £1 threes. 6d. Cf. Arrian, Tactics, 12, 11. Cf. Arrian, page 379, note. We read in the speech of Demosthenes against Dionysiodorus, 1285, that Cleomenes and his partisans enriched themselves by monopolizing the exportation of corn from Egypt. Cf. Arrian, 3. 5 Supra. This island is mentioned by Homer, Odyssey, 4. 355, Alexander constructed a mole 7 stades long from the coast to the island, thus forming the 2 harbors of Alexandria. See Strabo, 17. 1. The island is chiefly famous for the lofty tower built upon it by Ptolemy Philadelphus, for a lighthouse. Cf. Caesar, De Bello Civili, 3. 112, Ammianus, 22. 16. Consult Lucian, Calumniae non temera credendum, 17. After Alexander's death Cleomenes was executed by Ptolemy, who received Egypt as his share of the great king's dominions, i.e. the Mediterranean. Diodorus, 17. 116, and Plutarch, Alex, 73, say that he was a bound prisoner. The latter says his name was Dionysius, and that he was a Messenian. Plutarch, Alex, 75, and Justin, 12. 13, say that he gave a banquet to Nearchus the admiral, and that, as he was leaving it, he was invited to the revel by Medius the Thessalian. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 117. We learn from Athenaeus, X, page 434b, that this court journal was kept by the royal secretary, Eumenes, afterward so famous, and by the historian, Diodotus of Erythrae. As to the last days of Alexander, cf. Plutarch, Alex. 76, 77. Cf. Curtius, 9. 23, Mos erat principibus amicarum eti custodibus corporis excubere ante praetorium, quotiens adversa regi valitudo incidissit. Serapis, or more correctly Sarapis, was an Egyptian deity, whose worship was introduced into Greece in the time of the Ptolemies. His worship was introduced into Rome, with that of Isis, in the time of Sulla. Strabo, 17. 1, gives an account of his cultus in the celebrated temple at Conobus. The Serapeum at Alexandria, which contained the famous library, is described by Ammianus, 22. 16. I.e. the most valiant. To decide who was to succeed to his power. Cf. Curtius, X. 14, Diodorus, 17. 117, Justin, 12. 15. Cf. Curtius, X. 31, Diodorus, 17. 117, 118, Justin, 12. 13, Plutarch, Alex. 77, asserts that nothing was said about Alexander's being poisoned, until 6 years after, when Olympius, the enemy of Antipater, set the charge afloat. See Arrian, 4. 10 Supra. Cassander was afterwards king of Macedonia and Greece. He put Olympius, Roxana, and her son Alexander Aegas to death, and bribed Polysperchon to put Barsine and her son Hercules to death. He died of dropsy, BC 297. Cf. Pausanias, 18. 4, Curtius, X. 31, Plutarch, Alex. 77. The ancients called the poison, the water of Styx. It was obtained from Nonacris in the north of Arcadia, near which the river Styx took its origin. Justin, 12. 14, says, Cujus venini tanta vis fiut, ut non air, non ferro, non testa contineriter, nec aliter feri nisi in ungula equi paturit. Pliny, History Nat, XXX. 53, says, Ungulas tantum malarum repertus, nec alium ullum moderiam quae non peroderitor of veneno stygus aqui, cum id dandum Alexandro magno Antipater mitteric, dignum memoria est, magna Aristotelis infamia excogitatum. Diodorus, 17. 117, states that after drinking freely, Alexander swallowed the contents of a large goblet, called the cup of Heracles, and was immediately seized with violent pain. This statement, however, is contradicted by Plutarch. It seems from the last injunction of Calenus, the Indian philosopher, that it was considered the right thing to drink to intoxication at the funeral of a friend. See Plutarch, Alex. 69. June, 323 BC. Ptolemy took the embalmed body of Alexander to Egypt, and placed it in Memphis, but removed it a few years after to Alexandria. See Curtius, X. 31. Cf. Aelian, Varia Historia, 12. 64, 13. 29. Cf. Diodorus, 17. 4. Xitau eta tau omicron nu epsilon alpha nu sigma kappa omicron upsilon. Cf. Curtius, X. 18, Gloriae laudisque, ut justo major cupido, ita ut juveni et intantis admittenda rebus. Plutarch, Alex. 28, attributes the same motive to Alexander in representing himself to be the son of Zeus. Livy, 9. 18, says, Refer in tanto rege pigit superbam mutationem vestis et desideratas humi jacentium adulations, etium victus Macedonibus graves, nidum victoribus. Eti fida supplicia, eti inter vinum eti epula, quids amicarum eti vanitatum immentiendi stirpis. Consult the whole of the interesting passage in Livy, 9. 17-19, see also Aelian, Varia Historia, 2. 19, v. 12, 9. 37. Cf. Herodotus, 7. 41. Arrian, 3. 11 Supra. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 7. 585, says that the Persian equals in honor, or peers, spent their time about the court. Cf. Arrian, 4. 14 Supra, Justin, 9. 8, Athenaeus, X, page 434b, Alien, Varia Historia, 3. 23, 9. 3. 12, 26. Europe and Asia. Arrian reckoned Libya, or Africa, as a part of Asia. C3. 30, v. 26, 7. 1. Dar. Leonard Schmidt says, Arrian is in this work one of the most excellent writers of his time, above which he is raised by his simplicity and his unbiased judgment. Great as his merits thus are as an historian, they are yet surpassed by his excellence as an historical critic. His Anabasis is based upon the most trustworthy historians among the contemporaries of Alexander, such as Ptolemy, Aristobulus, which two he chiefly followed, Diodotus of Erythrae, Eumenes of Cardia, Nearchus of Crete, and Megasthenes. And his sound judgment as to who deserved credit, justly led him to reject such authors as Onesicritus, Callisthenes, and others. No one at all acquainted with this work of Arrian's can refuse his assent to the opinion of Photius, page 73, comp. Lucian, Alex, 2, that Arrian was the best among the numerous historians of Alexander. One of the great merits of the work, independent of those already mentioned, is the clearness and distinctness with which he describes all military movements and operations, the drawing up of the armies for battle, and the conduct of battles and sieges. In all these respects the Anabasis is a masterly production, and Arrian shows that he himself possessed a thorough practical knowledge of military affairs. He seldom introduces speeches, but wherever he does he shows a profound knowledge of man. And the speech of Alexander to his rebellious soldiers, and the reply of Caenis, as well as some other speeches, are masterly specimens of oratory. Everything, moreover, which is not necessary to make his narrative clear is carefully avoided. See Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography. Index of proper names. The numbers refer to the pages. Abastanians. Abbot. Abdolonymus. Abdera, 37. Abian Scythians. Abict. Abyssaires. Abukir. Abrias, -334. Abulites. Abydos. Abyssinia. Assassines, -300, -325, -341. Achaeans, port of. Achaemenids. Achilles. Achilleus. Achmetha. Acropolis of Athens. Acropolis of Sardis. Acuphis, -268. Ada. Adius. Admetus, -133. Adonis. Adrastians. Aeacus. Eacidi. Aegae. Aegean Sea. Aegina. Aegospotami. Aegyptus. Aeolus and Aeolians. Escines. Aeschylus. Aesculapius. Aetolians. Afghanistan. Africa. Agalassa. Agamemnon. Agatho. Agenor. Agesilaus. Agus III. Agus the Argive. Agrianians, Etipassim. Ahasuerus. Aethiops. Alani. Albanians. Albion. Alcetas. Alceus. Alcmena. Alian Plain. Alexander I. Alexander the Great, Passim. Alexander Aegas. Alexander, son of Aripus. Alexander the Epirote. Alexandria. Alinda. Alpes. Amanic Gates. Amastrin. Amathus. Amazons, -395. Ambracia. Ammianus. Anabasis. 430 Ammon, -148. Amphiaros. Amphilochians. Amphilochus. Amphion. Amphipolis. Amphitrite. Amphoterus. Amintas of Macedon. Amintas, son of Antiochus. Amintas, son of Andromenes. Amintas, son of Arabius, -45. Amintas, son of Nicholas. Amintas the Theban. Anaxagoras. Anaxarchus, -226. Anaxippus. Anchialus. Ancyra. Androcles. Andromachus, -215. Andronicus. Androsthenes. Anicetus. Antaeus. Antalcidas. Antaeus. Anthemus. Antibelus. Anticles. Antigenes. Antigone. Antigonus. Antilibanus. Antiochus. Antipater. Antipater, son of Asclepiodorus. Antipholus. Antoninus Pius. Aeornus, -263. Apelles. Aphrases. Apis. Apollo. Apollodorus. Apollonia. Apollonides. Apollonius. Apollonius Rhodius. Apollophanes. Arab. Arabia and Arabians, -412. Arabian Gulf. Arabicians. Arabius River. Arachosia and Arachosians. Aratus. Aral Sea. Aram, 87, 107,156. Ararat. Aratus. Araxes. Arbela, -171. Arbupales. Arcadia and Arcadians. Archelaus. Archaeas. Arcanesis. Aria and Arians, -193. Arius River. Ares. Arates. Aretus. Argos and Argives. Ariaces. Ariaspians. Aragium. Arimas. Ariobarzanes. Arisbe. Aristander. Aristo. Aristobulus. Aristogiton. 431 Aristomedes. Aristonicus. Aristonus. Aristophanes. Aristophon. Aristotle. Aristus. Armenia and Armenians. Arabius. Aribas. Arian, -5. Arzaces. Arzames. Arses. Arsimas. Arsino. Arcites. Arta. Artabazus, -237. Artacama. Artacoana. Artaxerxes. Artemis. Artemisia. Artemisium. Artaboles. Artones. Arvad. Asander. Ascania Lake. Asclepiadae. Asclepiades. Asclepiodorus. Asclepius. Asia. -272. Asia Minor. Aspasians, -251. Aspendus, -73. Assassinians. Assassinus. Assagetes. Ashur. Assyria and Assyrians, -413. Asts. Atbash. Athaliah. Atharias. Athena. Athenius. Athens and the Athenians. Atizes. Atlas Mountains. Atropates. Attalus. Attica. Atenas. Atak. Aturia. Audica. Aurelius. Austanes. Autariations. Autobears. Autophradates, -111. Avon. Avienus. Avon. Axnos. Azamilcus. Azov C. Aza. Baal. Babel. Babylon, -420. Babylonians. Bacchus. For 32 Bacchylides. Bactra. Bactria. Bactrians. Beatica. Bagi. Bagistanes. Bagoas. Bahrain. Balakris. Balkan. Balk. Bardalis. Barsaentes. Barsine. Bariaxes. Barzanes. Badis, -139. Bazira. Bios River. Bigram. Beth Shemesh. Belukistan. Belis. Berdez. Beroya. Bessus, -185, -202. Biener. Bistanes. Bithynia. Bithynian Thracians. Beotarchs. Boeotia. Bosporus. Badia. Bupars. Brachmans. Branchidae. Briso. Britain. Bromius. Brown. Bruttians. Bubices. Bucephala. Bucephalus. Bumidus. Bizirus. Biblis. Kabul. Cadiz. Cadmia. Cadmus. Cadusians. Caesar. Caicus. Calanus, -374. Cala. Calatis. Callicratidas. Calans. Callipolis. Callisthenes, -232. Cambyses. Cannabis. Caftor. Cappadocia and Cappadocians. Caranus. Carchedon. Cardaces. Cardia. Carducci. Corea and Carians. Karim. Carmania, -364. Carthage. Casdim. Caspian Gates. Caspian Sea. Cassander. Castor. Cadens. Cathians. Cathea. Catullus. Caucasus, -199, -275. Caunus. Caster. Selene. Celts. Senin. Ceramicus. Cersonitis Lake. Seraph. Seth. 433 Chaber. Chaboras. Kyrenia. Chalcedonians. Chalcis. Chaldeans, -403. Chandragupta. Chairs. Chericles. Charidemus. Chemi. Chinab. Chidical. Chios. Chosps. Chos. Chorasmians. Koreans, -246. Chrysippus. Cicero. Cilicia. Cilician Gates. Saluta. Simon. Sidium. Sidim. Clazomene. Cleander. Clearchus. Cleomenes. Cleon. Cleopatra. Cleophas. Clitarchus. Clitus, son of Bardalus, -25. Clitus, son of Dropidas, -221. Nidus. Coel Syria. Cenis. -239, -314. Coerinus. Colchians. Coloni. Comedy Mountains. Companions, Oedipassim. Conon. Cophius. Cophon. Cophon River. Cor. Corinth. Chorus. Cos. Causians. Cratias. Craterus, -177, -209. -344. Crete and Cretans. Cretheus. Critodemus. Croesus. Ctesias. Cunaxa. Curium. Curtius. Cush. Cbl. Cyclades. Cydnus. Cyme. Sina. Cyprus and Cyprians, -129. Cyrene. Cerescata. Cyropolis. Cyrus the Elder. Cyrus the Younger. Cyrus, camp of. Scythnus. Dons. Dacians. Daedalus. Dahi. Damascus. Damasek. Dandames. Daniel. Danube. 434 Darius, -114. -171, -187. Decilium. Datums. Dataferns, -202. David. Dimachus. Dianarchus. Delta. Delphi. Demades. Demaratus. Demetrius. Demophon. Demosthenes. Dii. Dime. Dinocrates. Diodorus. Diodotus. Diogenes. Dion Cassius. Dionysiodorus. Dionysius of Halicarnassus. Dionysus, -225, -269. Diophantus. Dioscuri. Diotimus. Diam. Dnieper. Doloaspis. Domitian. Don. Donaldson. Dorians. Doxarius. Drangiana and Drangians. Drapsica. Dropides. Dryden. Drapetus. Dirta. Disorum, Mount. Eastern Sea. Ecbatana, -181. Egypt and Egyptians, -149. Elias. Elam. Elenes. Elephantini. Eleusis. Eleutheri. Elimiotis. Elamize. Embolima. England. Enlius. Enalus. Eordia. Eordaicus River. Epaminondas. Epardus River. Ephesus, -53. Ephialtes. Ephippus. Epictetus. Epidaurians. Epigoni. Epimenes. Epimenides. Epirus. Epicillus. Eratosthenes. Aragon River. Erigius. Erythia. Erythri. Ethiopians. Etruscans. Etamander. Euaspla River. Eubia. Eudanami. Eudemus. Euergete. Eugnostus. Eulius River. Eumenes. Euphrates. 435 Euripides. Euripus. Europe. Eurobotus. Eurylochus. Eurydice. Eurymedon. Eurystheus. Eusebius. Eustathius. Euthicles. Euxine Sea. Evachi. Evius. Ewald. Fars. Frontinus. Phta. Gadira. Gadrosia, -363. Galatia. Ganges. Gaugamela. Gauls. Gaza, -140. Jebel. Gelo. Georgia. Geriestus. Gerostratus. Gerns. Jacinius. Gedi, -17. Gibbon. Gibraltar, Straits of Gizeh. Glaucias, -25. Glaucippus. Glaucus. Glaugonicians. Glausians. Gordium. Gordius. Gordians. Gorgias. Gorgons. Goth. Gracos. Granicus, -49. Great Sea, -349. Grecian Sea. Greece. Greeks, Passim. Gronovius. Grote. Gurians. Gurius River. Hadrian. Hemus. Halicarnassus, -65. Halles. Hamilcar. Hamley. Hannibal. Hanno. Hardinge. Harmodius. Harpalus. Hebrus. Hecataeus. Hecatomnus. Hector. Hegelicus. Hegemon. Hegesias. Hegesistratus. Heliopolis. Hellenicus. Hellenes. Hellespont. Heordians, see Eordia. Hephaestion. -352, -397. Hera. Heracles, son of Alexander. Heracles or Hercules, -119. -227. Heracon. 436 Heraclides. Hercules, pillars of. Hermolaus. Hermotus. Hermas. Herodotus. -277, -394. Heramenes. Hieropolis. Hieropathus. Herostratus. Hesychius. Hydrius. Hiero. Himalayas. Hindu Kush. Hindustan. Hipparchus. Hippias. Hippocrates. Hippolt. Hirtius. Histanes. Hodu. Homa. Homer. Humboldt. Hydarnes. Hydasps, -288, -324. Hydrotes. Hyparna. Hypaspists, Oedipassim. Hyperides. Hyphasis. Hyrcania and Hyrcanians. Hyrcanian Sea. Hystasps. Iacus. Iapygian Cape. Iasians. Iazygians. Iberians. Icarian Sea. Icarus Isle. Ichthyophagi. Idaean Mountains. Ilium. Illyria and Illyrians. India, -349. Indica, the. Indians, -349. -373. Indian Gulf. Indus, -281, -320, -345. Iolaus. Iolus. Ion. Ionian Gulf. Ionia and Ionians. Iphicrates. Ipsus. Isis. Ismenias. Isocrates. Issus, -104. Ister, -17. Isthmus. Italy. Ivica. Javan. Jaxartes. Jalalabad. Jhelum. Jerome. Jerusalem. Josephus. Julian. Juliopolis. Jupiter Ammon. Justice. Justin. Chem. Khurasan. Kruger. 437 Labdacus. Lacedaemonians. Lade. Lahore. Laius. Lampsacus. Langarus. Lannis. Laomedon. Lebanon. Linnaeus. Leon. Leonidas, -334. Leotychides. Lesbos. Leuctra. Leush. Liber. Libya. Libby Phoenicians. Liddell and Scott. Livy. Lubim. Lucanians. Lucian. Lucullus. Lud. Laius. Ulcia and Lycians. Ulcidas. Ulcams. Ulcuguz. Ulcus River. Lydia and Lydians. Lyginus. Lysander. Lysanias. Lysias. Lysimachus. Lysippus. Macedonia. Macedonians, Passim. Madai. Meander. Maeotis, Lake. Megarsis. Magi. Magnesia. Mahaban Mount. Malea. Malians, -335. Malus. Mandanis. Mantinia. Maracanda. Marathas. Marcomanni. Mardians. Mariotis, Lake. Mariam. Marian, Lake. Maritza. Marmarians. Marmarica. Maronia. Mars. Marshall. Massaga, -256. Massageti, -238. Mausolus. Mavises. Mazax. Mazias. Mazaris. Media and Medes. Mediterranean. Medius, -422. Megalopolis. Megareus. Megaris. Megasthenes. Melamnidas. Melas River. Meleager. Melkarth. Melos. Memnon. 438 Memphis. Menander. Menedemus. Menelaus. Menes. Menidas. Meniscus. Menon. Menoetius. Meneph. Mentor. Meros. Meros Mountain. Mesopotamia. Metellus. Methymna. Mycalus. Micon. Midas. Miletus and Milesians, -58. Milias. Minos. Mithrasts. Mithridates. Mithrenes. Mithrabaeus. Mithrobuzanes. Mytilene. Mitzrayim. Moeris. Mooracles. Monimus. Molten. Moph. Muses. Musicanus, -343. Mycale, -57. Mycenae. Mylasa. Mindus. Myriandris. Mysia. Nabarzanes. Naucratis. Nautaka. Nearchus. Nebuchadnezzar. Necho. Negropont. Nilus. Niloxenus. Neoptolemus. Nepos. Nereids. Nervii. Nessus River. Nicaea. Nicanor. Nicias. Nicomedia. Nicopolis. Nicostratus. Nile. Nimrod. Niphates. Nicaean Plain. Nomad Libyans, or Numidians. Nonacris. Nav. Nysa, -268. Ocean. Achus. Ocondabates. Odrysians. Oedipus. Olympius. Omars. Ombrian. Omphis. On. Onchestus. Onesicritus. Onomos. Opus. Ora, -259. Orbalus Mountain. Orchomenus. Ordanes. Orestes. Oricians, -352. Ormuzd. Orobates. Orontes. Orontobates. Orpheus. Orxenes. 439 Osseus. Ossadians. Otanes. Ovid. Oxythres. Oxyanopolis. Oxidates. Oxus. Oxyarts, -245. Oxycanus. Oxydracians. Ozenes. Padanarum. Pietica. Paeonians. Palatyrus. Palestine. Palacopas River. Pamphylia. Pandosia. Panegyrus. Pangaean Mountain. Pantalion. Pantortinus. Paphlagonia and Paphlagonians. Periotaki. Periotonium. Paralus. Parapamisadi. Parapamisus. Paras. Paravia. Parmenio, -43. -159. -196. Paran. Parthia and Parthians. Pasargadae, -369. Pasicrates. Pasitigris. Patala and Patalians, -345. Patra. Patroclus. Paul, Street. Pausanias. Posippus. Pythagoras. Pethan son of Sosicles. Pethan, son of Agenor, -328. Pethan, son of Cratias. Pelagon. Pelasheth and Pelishtim. Pelina. Pelium. Pella. Pelopidas. Peloponnesus. Pelusium. Paneas. Parath. Percote. Perdicas. Perga and Pergians, -73. Paranthus. Peripolis. Periplus, the. Peroidas. Persepolis. Perseus. Persian gates. Persian Sea or Gulf. Persians, -58, Oedipassim. Persis, -368. Petines. Petisis. Pus. Pusilla. Pusillaetis. Pusestas, -335. Pharismanes. Pharismanes. Pharnabasis, -81, -144. Pharnaces. Pharnaches. Pharos. Pharsalians. Phasalis. 440 Phasians. Philemon. Philip. Philip of Macedon, -9. Philip, son of Amintas. Philip, son of Machadas. Philip, son of Menelaus. Philip, the physician. Philippi. Philistines. Philotas, son of Carsis. Philotas, son of Parmenio. -196. Philoxenus. Physinus. Phocians. Phocian. Phoenicia and Phoenicians. -127. Photius. Phradasmenes. Phraseorts. Phratophernes. Phrygia. Pyrrhus. Pimprama. Pinara. Pinaris. Pindar. Pisidia and Pisidians, -75. Pixodaris. Platee and Plataeans. Plato. Plautus. Pleiades. Pliny. Plutarch, -35. Nitagoras. Polemo. Polyaenus. Polybius. Polydamas. Polydectes. Polyduses or Pollux. Polydorus. Polyuctus. Polysperchon. Polytimitus. Pompeiopoulos. Pompey. Porticanus. Porus, -306. Poseidon. Praxius River. Prasias, lake. Priam. Priapus. Proexes. Prometheus. Propontis. Proteas. Protesilaus. Protomachus. Ptolemy the geographer. Ptolemy, son of Lagus. -202. -253. -337. Ptolemy, son of Philip. Ptolemy, son of Seleucus. Ptolemy, -65. Ptolemy Philadelphus. Punjab. Pura. Purely. Pydna. Pyramus. Pyrrhus of Epirus. Pythagoras. Pythodemus. Quadi. Ramses. 441 Rai. Ras Al Had. Ravi. Rawlinson. Rawson. Red Sea. Reno. Rha. Rhadamanthus. Ragi. Rambatia. Rhea. Rheamithers. Rhine. Rhodes. Rosaces. Rhone. Richard I. Rome and Romans. Roxana. Rumor. Sabaces. Sabictas. Sassacinians. Sacians. Sagalassus. Salaminia. Salamis. Salmachus. Salmus. Samarkand. Samaria. Sambus. Samos. Samothrace. Sanballat. Sandracotus. Sangias. Sangala, -306. Sangarius River. Sardanapalus. Sardinia. Sardis. Sarmatians. Sarah. Satabarzanes, -193. Satraces. Satraps. Sauromatians. Saxons. Schmeider. Schmitz. Sind. Sion. Scythia and Scythians. -214. Seleucidae. Seleucus. Selgians. Semilla. Semiramis. Seneca. Sennacherib. Serapis. Seraphus. Cestus. Shalmaneser. Shad el Arab. Shashak. Shikar. Shushan. Sibi. Sibertius. Sicily. Side. Sidon, -127. Sigeum. Sigan. Sigrium. Simias. Sin. Sindhu. Sindamana. Sinope and Sinopeans. Sintenis. Siphnus. Syssicatus. Cyzines. Sisygambes. Sidicinians. Cytalses. Siwa. Smyrdes. Smyrna. Sochi. Socrates. Sogdian Rock, -241. Sogdiana and Sogdianians, -206, -240. Sogdians. Soli, -90. Solomon. 442 Solon. Sopyths. Sopoles. Sostratus. Spain. Sparta. Spines. Spidaces. Spitamines, -202, -215, -239. Spithridates. Sparides. Stamens. Stacioner. Statira. Styboidis. Strabo. Strato. Strymon. Stymphia. Styx. Suetonius Paulinus. Sulla. Sunium. Susa, -174. Susia. Susiana and Susianians. Subtilge. Cyanosis. Cilium. Syria Palestin. Syria and Syrians. Syrian gates. Surmus, 12:17. Surfax. Tacitus. Tinarum. Tanais, -211. Tapuria and Tapurians. Tarentines. Tarshish. Tarsus. Tartessus. Tolantians, -22. Tauriscus. Tauron. Taurus, -275. Taxila. Taxiles. Tel el Kabir. Telephus. Telmissus. Temenus. Tempe. Tenetus. Tenes. Teredon. Terioltes. Termessus, -75. Thalestris. Tammuz. Thapsicus. Thera. Thebes and Thebans, -34. Theodectes. Theocritus. Theophrastus. Thera. Thermopylae. Thero. Thersippus. Theseus. Thessaliscus. Thessaly and Thessalians. Thoas. Thrace and Thracians, -12. Thryambus. Thcdds. Thymondas, 80,107. Tibarines. Tigres. Timaeus. Timagenes. Timander. Timolaus. Tifsac. Tyrins. Tyrinthius. Tissaphernes. 443 Lipolymus. Molus, Mount. Tobit. Trolleys. Trapezus. Trebizond. Tribalians, -17. Triopium. Tripolis. Treason. Troy. Sidon. Tsair. Tubal. Tylos Island. Tyndareus. Tyre, -138. Tyriaspes. Tyrrhenians. Bulli. Uranus. Uxians. Virgil. Vitellius. Weiner. Xanthippus. Xanthus. Zathrians. Xenophon. Xerxes. Yamsuf. Yenikale, Straits of Year. Zab. Zadracarta. Zarangians. Zariaspa. Zelia. Ziriasps. Zeus. Ziabetus. Zoroaster. Butler and Tanner, The Selwood Printing Works, Frome, and London.